I think I got the last few seconds. I missed you, but I think I got you.
Okay, you can go ahead.
Yeah. How many minutes do I have on my presentation?
Let's do 5 to 10 minutes, and then we allow people to come in, and then we come back to you again for another 10 minutes, and then we also allow other people to comment, speak, until we exhaust your hour.
Okay, so let me do 10, so I can lay the foundation for the discussion.
Yes, please.
Thank you very much. So again, I'm back. So let me start by laying the foundation in terms of principles on our currency, the Zimbabwe gold. I would want to say, and I'm quite to explain that for any country, forget about Zimbabwe, for any country, it's a good thing to back currency with the foreign reserves. That's what other countries are doing. So that is very important. But what is very important is not something that you are backing the backing a gold, where US dollars. It is the quantity reserves of an asset which should be backed that currency. So I'm saying this because I think all Zimbabweans, we've missed each other because we spend time on talking about the importance of gold as an asset which is well traded globally and which is with historical records in terms of its value and its success in supporting local currencies. It's not about the gold, it's about the quantities. So in a sense, from the start, I told each other, particularly when we saw the governor showcasing some few bars of gold, and we were told it's a ton. Yet when you look at the pictures from other countries, you see that there's quite a lot of gold. So the amount of gold which we have in our system is quite insignificant. We can't talk of a country which is about $285 million, both a combination of gold and US dollars to back our currency. Just to show how crazy it is, Delta Beverages, and I'm saying it statement last 2 weeks or so, and their total sales as a company were approaching close to $1 billion US, one company. And the country is the biggest currency with one third value of total sales of Delta Beverages. Which one should be the country? Delta Beverages or Reserve Bank Zimbabwe? Which one should be actually backing the currency? If we're going to look at their cash flow, those two. So that's a challenge for me. Then the critical issue, again, I just want to quickly talk about the missing elements in our in our economy, which is also going to make it difficult for the ZiG to survive. It's production. So we are not productive. We spend over $4 billion US, which is almost half of our imports, on commodities which can be produced locally. Your toothpicks, chewing gums, pambas, tissue and paper, right? Fruit and vegetables. I'm talking about figures, commodities which might run up to $300 million. For example, when you look at fruit and vegetables, tissue and papers, over $200 million. And this goes up to $4 billion. And imagine if we were domesticating this money, it means we can build reserves and support our currency, and that we are failing. Then, of course, also we have a challenge of confidence. Once bitten, twice shy. We've lost our money, and we will not trust the local currency. But the challenge now on confidence is led by government. The government of Zimbabwe has refused to accept ZiG as an official currency for passport, for fuel, for duty. And look, if the owner, the parent of the currency is refusing the currency. Again, you are creating a challenge. Naturally, the government was supposed to lead by example by accepting the ZiG, and then they created demand for its need, because people would want fuel. They wouldn't care whether they use ZiG to buy fuel or they used US dollar, because you still want to drive. And the tax shop guys could also have accepted the ZiG, because if they were going to be asked to pay duty by using ZiG, they would want also to accept it for the purpose of paying duty. So already they killed the ecosystem by that move, right? So these are the critical points which are binding constraints. I can add up to 10, but I want to talk about the last one before I look at how ZiG has performed and what is the future. The last challenge is that the governor of central bank will be printing money. And when they are printing money, the ZiG will fail to succeed. And how is he going to be printing money? He said that he is going to be taking 25% of the foreign currency exports. And in his argument, he said 50% will be given to government. The government will use its own budget to buy it. And the 50% will be, again, $900 million. So he's taking $1.8 billion over a year. And the $900 million will be given to banks to give to their clients. But how are the banks going to secure the ZiG to pay for $900 million when in his system he's got about the equivalent of $80 million of ZiG? So he will print the money and the rate will run away. The Ministry of Finance financing model on roads and infrastructure where they are using cash again will also result in a runaway exchange rate, because when they pay contractors in ZiG, they will change the money. So the system is porous in all areas. How is the ZiG performed? So the first thing is that when the exchange rate was pronounced at around 13.56, the ZiG also started at around 16, 17. We hear that is now around averaging 20 against $1 US. In some case markets, 23, depending which market you are. The rate has already remained up there. Now, we also have a challenge in the sense that the governor assured everyone that if you want foreign currency, go to your bank. He was very emphatic about that. But if you go on my post on Twitter, even yesterday, I posted that headline from the Business Weekly government newspaper. This is now the second report from in the last 2 weeks, where they were showing that companies are struggling. But the governor saying money, then we also have a challenge in terms of availability of cash. You know, I don't know what is wrong with colleagues in central bank. Even the government days ago that producing more, distributing higher denomination notes because it will cause inflation, right? But if you look at our exchange rate, let's use an exchange rate of 1:20 as an example. Against $100 note, it's $1:5. It's $5 equivalent. So how do you think $5 will cause inflation? Well, number one. Number two, when they print the notes, they will subtract the RTGS. So if in the bank, the RTGS equivalent is, say, 100 million ZiG, for example, and if they print 20 million ZiG, it means in the RTGS, they are leaving 80 million. And the 20 is now in the system in terms of cash in circulation. So there's no increase in money supply. So it doesn't cause as our Reserve Bank is concerned. So the ZiG is failing to work. People are not asking even small denomination to go and buy to pay for transport and even for change. And it looks like central bank is focusing on the change. Then look at the drips they are doing. My last comment I want to talk about, so I can come back to explain more, is it going? What is going to happen? Is ZiG going to succeed? No, ZiG is not going to succeed. And I've said it over and over. ZiG is not going to succeed because it is the currency is not backed by the right fundamental. So I said, let's give ZiG maximum 6 months. And I'm so generous on this timeline. It will not succeed. So what does it mean for the government? in economy, the risks to the economy or to political governance or the government of the day are three F's. One is fuel. So if you look at economic risk, it's fuel, forex, food. So already we have no food this year because of drought. So he's in trouble. Then number two, if you look at forex, that's the exchange rate, which is going to be running away. Again, those are the real factors. That's why you even see why ZANU-PF lost power in 2009, in 8, where we had the GNU. It was the economy. So the economy, as I sign up for now, is the biggest SADC for Zimbabwe. People are waiting for SADC. SADC, which we know, which is in Gaborone, headquartered in Gaborone, is a small player. The biggest player which is going to settle the political stalemate in Zimbabwe is the economy. Because the economy is not going to function, will not go beyond 2025. When we finish this year, there will be enough space for real dialogue because everything will be going to the knees. I rest my case for now.
Thank you, Prof. Dr. Ranga, yes, thank you, Prof, for that. Dr. Ranga, are you not scared to hear the professor, the citizen economist saying boldly that the ZiG is not going to work? It will not work. It won't work. Dr. Ranga. Okay, it looks like Dr. Ranga maybe is unable to speak right now. Do we have any questions? Change Radio, you can go ahead and get speakers to come out and comment on the prof, ask questions, and then we go back to him. Over to you, Change Radio.
Thank you. I see Dr. Mahembe has his hand up. Just 1 minute, Dr. Mahembe. After that, we go to Macbeth. Macbeth, also 1 minute. Then I will go back to over to you, Dr. Mahembe.
Thank you so much, Professor Mugano, for a very interesting presentation. I thought let me just come in, especially on the issue of the ZiG. In as much as there are some areas which are not being explained, I wanted to add another angle of Prof. Mugano, which I think is extremely important. On issues which are not being discussed. One of the issues which is not being discussed a lot is, I think, some people who have done even basic economics would know that there is a theory which we used to learn, and I'm sure people from the Reserve Bank will know it, where it talks about the quantity theory of money. But effectively, what it means is the quantity of money which has to be printed or which has to be in circulation, whether it be it in actual money, notes and coins, or money which is being held at the bank, or digital money these days. So what I see is that the Reserve Bank is focusing so much on the issue that it's a structured currency, they are focusing so much that it's backed by gold, they're backed by foreign currency or gold, which might be there or might not be there. But I think the real issue is the quantity of money in circulation is not determined by your gold, it's not determined by your foreign currency. It's determined by the activities which are happening in your particular economy. So, like what Professor Mugano has just said, when you look at even the sales or turnover of companies, it tells you that this particular money or this particular currency, if you want to call it, it's because of the where it's backed. Even if they print according to the maximum amount of gold available, maximum amount of foreign currency which is backing it, that money is so little that it will not be able to make the economy function, because usually the quantity of money in circulation is supposed to allow for proper trading, for proper activities by consumers, activities by business. So effectively, when we say is it going to work or is it not going to work, the issue is it's tiny. It's just tiny. It does not even have any impact at all because it's tiny. I think like what other people would say, people are just being forced to use something which is not there. Because for somebody to do proper business or proper trade, you need because there's a concept called the velocity of money circulation, where money has to change hands from one person to another, change from one person to another. So right now, ZiG is not changing hands because it's not there. So effectively, it's like it's failing before it even reached the market. So what will happen in the event that they would want to make sure that ZiG is now being accepted everywhere? Effectively, they have to print over and above what is backing it, because what is backing it is so minute. And then once you do that, then you break what they have already said, that they are going to make sure that every currency, every dollar is backed. So we can't really talk about the backed currency, yet we know that the thing which is backing it is just too small for proper transaction to happen. What I would have wanted is just as a matter of recommendation, it would be over and above talking about backing and so forth, is also to have a credible auditor who actually audit to make sure that indeed there is gold or there's something backed. Secondly, if there is need to print over and above what has been backed, then it has to be recorded. And then, but obviously, through their monetary policy, they might want to do some, whether it's called quantitative easing or otherwise, but because there is no one really auditing it. And we know, all of us here, we know that once the bitten twice shy, people will never trust the Reserve Bank as currently constituted, especially after the Reserve Bank governor already told us point blank that the previous banknote, which used to be said to be backed, was actually not backed at all. So who do we trust now to say? We used to think that Mangujwa had backed it, but then the new governor says, no, Mangujwa had not actually backed. Now he comes in. Yeah, thank you.
Okay, thank you, Doc. What is obvious is both our speakers are agreeing that the ZiG is not going to work. So as you come in, those who are going to be allowed to speak for the 1 minute before we go back to our speaker, please do tell us what you think Zimbabweans should do. The ZiG is not going to work. You know, I even myself, with my minimal economics, I had already seen also that it was not going to work. So what do we do as Zimbabweans? We just want to hear what the streets will be saying. You know, people like us, you know, from the streets who don't have that much depth in economics. What should the people of Zimbabwe do? The next speaker had been said. Macbeth, please let's stick to time because our speaker has very limited time, but we want to empty everything that he has before he leaves.
Thank you. Ndichashandisa rurimi rwamai. Chinoitika ndechekuti muZimbabwe, like sezvamataura mambozvozve, tinofana kuacta as Zimbabweans tichishanda against kubatirwa kwatiri kuita. like ZiG harisi kushanda, mabanks hamuna mari, maqueues aripo every day. Tiri kutoexperience zviri worse kudarika paranga risipo ZiG racho ravari kutaura ravapo. Kuti tiacte vari kutidzvanyirira ende vari kutityisidzira. Each and every day they are promising us fireworks kana tikati ZiG harishandi. So in Zimbabwe situation yatiri yakatooma. We have a government which forces us kutite zvinhu zvisingaiti, like kare vana mai vedu pataikura vaitibikira sadza nemuriwo pamowa tisingadi kati watisingafari, voti kana waguta vhara usumuke unogeze maoko. That's what our government is doing. It's forcing us to accept the ZiG that is not working, or to accept the ZiG that is not there. They're just saying it. They're just saying it.
1 minute. 1 minute, Macbeth. May you please, if we have a question to our speakers, so that we allow them to preempt. After that, then we will have a discussion. If you have a question or just maybe a short question to the speakers. Thank you.
Okay, my question will be like, Professor Muganu will be like, what will be the next step then to take as Zimbabweans? I'll just beg him Mambo Sose's question.
Thank you. Over to you, Prof. Muganu.
I don't know, is it my network? I don't hear the last speaker. Maybe can you summarize?
Prof, I hope you can hear me.
I can now hear you right now.
Oh, great. This is Dr. Ranga. I think Speaker Macbeth was basically asking what the next step is. He feels that the government is forcing ZiG down the throat of Zimbabwean citizens. That was his question. Maybe you could address that. I have a number of other questions, but let you address that, or Dr. Mahembe. Thank you.
So I said, what are the next steps? As in what? What the government should do, or what should we do?
I guess he can clarify a little better, Macbeth. Maybe clarify that. Thank you.
What should we do as Zimbabweans? Because as government, we cannot trust the government to have a next stage because they have failed us already. What should we do as Zimbabweans?
So basically, he is asking what should we do as Zimbabweans because the government is failing us on ZiG and forcing it on us.
Okay, no, now it's not very clear. So first, I want to thank Dr. Mahembe for the additions and also the kind submissions. So the starting point is that government of Zimbabwe has refused its own currency. So that's the question that you must ask ourselves. Because if I am running a school, Mugano High School, and I should take my kids to that school, and that shows I have with my school, and I can market it with confidence. That's the basic thing in life. My hand kids to Membe High School, and I say, come to my school, it's a good school. And I stand in the streets on the road looking for your kids to take them to my school by force. I've never seen anything which works like that in a normal setup of an economy. And I'm referring to a situation where government is now cracking on people, money changers, every more charging for voice or DSTV. But everyone goes and pay willingly because there's value for money. But I've seen government, law enforcement on the roads pushing people to pay ZBC, but people don't pay for it. So I'm saying this with honesty and clarity that when government's approach is not inspiring confidence at all. So what go to the shops in Zimbabwe. I was there recently, and I also engaged with colleagues in Zimbabwe. Some companies are refusing ZiG outright because they will tell you that we need we need Forex to be able to replace our stuff. And they are very right, because you have seen the headline from government's own newspaper that the companies are struggling to secure foreign currency when they would have received the ZiGs. So I would refer you to International Accounting Standard number 29, which says accounting in hyperinflation environment. And what it does in basic principles of accounting is that you must accept a currency which can preserve your value. So the bottom line is that if you want to lose value and also run out of business, accept the ZiG, all right? Because even when you accept it, when you go to the into currency which can defend you, the same way government is refusing to accept ZiGs also. Go beyond that. I rest my case.
Thank you, Prof. I think thank you. That's very clear. Justice, go on, and Prof. Mapendere, you can come after that. And we will have tons of questions for the professor. Let's get in as much as we can. Stick to the 1 minute. Thank you.
Hey, good day, Prof, and everyone on the platform. I hope you can hear me.
Very clear,
Yes,
my brother.
can hear you, right?
Yeah. I think I've engaged with Prof before, and now we are 1.5 or 2 months into the ZiG era. I'm sure we're going to differ because from my point of view, ZiG is going to work, and Professor has given a timeline. You eat a humble pie in 6 months when this currency works the way it's working now. Of course, the currency is the way it has been launched and put into circulation. It's measured and considered to ensure that it preserves value the way it is right now. And
Sorry, just 1 minute. The opportunity is to ask a question. If you have a question, we'll give time to say whatever your opinions after. But for now, may you ask questions if you have.
No. I don't have a question yet. I have a comment. So maybe I'll come that time. Thank you.
All right. So it's fine. It's fine. You come later. Over to you, Professor.
Prof. Mapendere might be having issues like I was having earlier. Thank you, Justice, and thank you, my brother. Prof, go ahead.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
No, okay. I think my question was captured, but not really captured in a sense that the last question was that what can we do as Zimbabweans, because the government is not doing anything. But for me, I think I want to come on from a different direction, in a sense that in as much as we know that now ZiG is not going to work, Prof. Mugan, what do you think that the government now is going to do? Is it still going to force us? That is, if in the event that the ZiG failed, what do you think they are going to do? Going back to the multi-current system, which is not backed by anything, or are we going to have another current that is going to come? I mean, I'm just using this question as maybe to check your prediction on what is going to happen thereafter.
Prof. Mugana, I hope, and Dr. Mayembe also feel free to chip in. Prof. Mugana, I hope you heard the question from Prof. Mapendere. Thank you.
I got it. I'll answer it, and I also ask my brother to come in. So government is an opportunity of pushing, if I was going to use that word, or creating any chance for the success of ZiG. And as I said, they're not doing justice. Already at this moment, the intention by government is to force dollarization. So they're actually forcing us to go for dollarization. Because what kind of a central bank which print money for change, small denomination, and they focus more, if you look at their narrative, they're focusing on it for change, not for use. Dr. Mahem talks about having a significant amount of money in the economy which is circulating, and when there's a higher velocity of it, then we're creating more value in the economy and also acceptability. We're pushing a narrative that the government must accept its own currency to create demand. They are refusing. So if ZiG fails to work, government has no option. They're going to be stuck with US dollar, because that's where the ZiG came. We're already almost 100% dollarized. So that journey, we are completing it. The challenge now of dollarization now is that it's settled with two problems. Which there are many. I'm saying two for the sake of time. It means the domestic debt has to be converted into US dollar, and that's a big problem for government. At the same time, it also means that government has to also have higher liquidity in terms of cash circulation to meet payments. That's why I said it creates a serious security risk. And that's why I was mentioning 3 F's, which create security risks, and you can destabilize government. That is forex, food, and fuel. So government cannot push us to where, because this is their last joker. And Justice said, I'm going to eat a humble pie. I've been talking about this from the time of bond note, 2016. If you check even on the internet, my records are very clear. This is not any wishful thinking. I want my country to work. If you look at Justice, my submission which I made, even on this platform, I gave a recommendation what must be done by government to make the ZiG work. Look at them. Let them accept it. Let us buy fuel with it. They refused. So they are the ones who are going to eat humble pie because they are refusing the advice. So government cannot force us on anything. They will be forced by the market to just go with the US dollar, but it will be having serious challenges in terms of liquidity. I rest my case. Maybe my brother can come in to Mahembe. Over.
Dr. Mahembe, go ahead, sir.
Yes, thank you. I'll just be short because I think a lot has been said already. So I think for me, the first aspect is that the government has already told us that he will be in a multi-currency regime for the next 4 or 5 years, even 6 years, goes up to 2030. So we are actually in a foreign multi-currency system. So in my view, the best would be how best can we implement the ZiG in such a way that it's not fostered on people, but we build it. We build the trust over the years or over the months, and as we build trust, we encourage, because I think the moment people begin to use ZiG as if it's a force matter, it always people will think there's a catch. So one of the ways of doing it is to encourage, I think from the central bank's perspective, to use more of moral suasion than where I recently heard a song, very good beat, but it was saying nyika ino ichashandisa ZiG kana usingadi buda muZimbabwe. So for me, that kind of messaging, I know it was like on a rally, but the very senior government officials were there, or it was a church rather. But then if such kind of talk is associated with the ZiG, which is an economic issue or a currency issue, then it creates within the minds of the citizenry that this is a command currency, and that's what we want. A currency should be a currency, acceptable whether you support the ruling party or not, because that's the currency of the nation. So in my view, let's tone down the issue of forcing, but let's allow ZiG to get being used. People get used to it. They have it in their hand. They use it. If it works, they develop confidence along there, and then maybe when we get to 2030, it will be the widely used currency, and then we come from the US dollar. I rest my case for now.
Oh, thank you so much, Dr. Mahembe. So I have a number of questions for you, both economists, which have been accumulating over since the ZiG talk started. So just entertain me for a second. The question for for Prof. Mugano is, if you were to take over the Reserve Bank tomorrow and be running the Reserve Bank, could you make ZiG work or any currency? Do we have the fundamentals in terms of the tools that any sovereign nation has or should have to make any of currencies, whatever you name it? Do we have that as a country, or it's a foregone conclusion? We just have to wait until the fundamentals are there. So that's a question for you, Prof. Mugano. I know it's a loaded question there. For you, Dr. Mahembe, the question I have for you is, in the US here, we don't talk about backing the currency with, gold or whatever. It's a fiat currency. Why can't our currency be fiat? Thank you.
No, thank you very much. I guess I can start answering my question.
Sure, go ahead, Prof.
Thank you. So the starting point, we don't have the fundamentals in place. Even if I go to central bank tomorrow, if I become the governor, the first thing which must be put in place, and there are 6 conditions roughly for any currency to succeed, and I'll run through them very fast. First one, we need fiscal consolidation. That is taking away debt, and our debt is around close to $20 billion. It's almost like 100% of our GDP. Right? Then the second, we need the stable exchange rate. The third one, we need single-digit inflation. Inflation using replacement pricing is 1,100%, which was measured by Stephen Yang. Don't follow Zimster States cooked inflation of -2%. Then the third one, you need current account surplus, which guarantee you fifth one, you need a 6-month import cover in terms of foreign currency availability, right? Then the 6th one, we must be very productive and very competitive, right? So we need to build a production base, which helps us to export and also undertake import substitution, where we are avoiding importing everything which we can produce locally, right? So we don't have reserves of food. We don't have working farms where we are producing to feed the industry, to feed the economy. We don't have that. So we have structural challenges in terms of production. We don't have energy, right? And when you talk to Minister of Energy, I was in a workshop where I asked the Minister of Energy to say, what is your plan? Do you have a master plan for energy? Because there are new mining companies who are coming up and they will take up a large chunk of power. We heard Manisa might need 500 megawatts, so which is 1/4 of our current, which is almost like half of our current production, sorry. So where is the power? Do you have a master plan for that? And it was stammering. Right, so we need that energy plan. We need to have our industrial policy, which is solid. So the challenge which we have in Zimbabwe, as I round up, is that when you hear discussions about monetary policy, which is done by central bank, and fiscal policy, which is done by Minister of Finance, the budget, you don't hear serious discussion about industrial policies or news headline about industrial policies, how to build the industrial base. There's nothing there. There's a bit of noise on agricultural policies, but again, there's more of command agriculture. And again, command economy does not favor, and it does not create a right environment for markets to work. That's why we have no food. But we're putting a lot of money in command. Just a few months into drought, we are crying, asking for help. Right? So the real structural policies, industrial policy, trade policy, energy policy, mining, validation, and beneficiation are missing. So there's no way a monetary policy can solve challenges which should be addressed by structural policies. So that is why you see that we have been going merry-go-around in as far as our current performance is concerned. I rest my case for now. Over to you.
Thank you, Prof. Dr. Mahembe, I hope you remember the question or I repeat it. You can add on to what Prof. Mugano just talked about. Thank you so much, Prof.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
I had the question and I tried using my muscles to try to remember it. So you said you wanted me to answer on US right now. They use the fiat currency. And, you were saying, oh, why can't Zimbabwe go fiat currency? I think the world has moved to fiat currency, but what I need to really emphasize here is that there is nothing fundamentally wrong with a structured currency, especially a country coming from a crisis, especially a crisis of confidence, a crisis of trust. And then you want to begin by having a structured currency which is backed by gold or by any other currency. In theory, it's supposed to build confidence. But what then happens is that um, in trying to build confidence, usually confidence does not just come, like I indicated before, it doesn't come. Sometimes it's not about what you say, it's also about what you do. I think Prof. Mugaro repeatedly said that one of the things about building currency is confidence in a currency is when the issuer of that currency also has confidence in it, being able to use it to pay their own bills, being able to invoice in the same currency. Yeah, so because of that, then the currency, obviously people will lose confidence. But in the case of Zimbabwe, I would really think the structured currency is a good idea, but to build confidence, definitely people don't trust that the central bank, as currently constituted, is really having that gold. And that gold, what we saw, is also not enough. And like I also indicated, when you look at that gold and say, really? So do you think this money, if it's backed by this gold only, then can that really allow for economic growth, where there is money in circulation and with the good velocity of circulation? So those aspects makes people begin to doubt. But the idea of a structured currency, especially coming from a crisis, is actually commendable. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Mahembe. So I'll have another follow-up question. I'm just asking as a layperson here. I know a little bit of economics, but not enough to explain things the degree you are. So I wanted both of you to kind of explain to Zimbabwean citizens how the currency is connected to job creation, price stability. How are the two linked? And if we are saying to Zimbabweans that we're going to have to wait, what does it mean for unemployment? How much can the structured currency do that, say, a fiat currency or something? Because I understand that central banks would control interest rates, things like that to help with job creation and reduce unemployment. Thank you. If you can both address that question. Thank you.
Thank you. Maybe I can start. So, look, let's go back to history. 1996, we had impressive growth rate of 10.6%, and during that time, we were in high school, right? You all know, colleagues, most of you guys, that our teachers were respected. A headmaster was respected because the currency had value, because there was current stability. And I recall when I was at school, my teacher would put a $10 note in his white shirt in the pocket, and would see the $10 or $20 marine. So, and that was quite inspiring, that when you grow up, you say, I want to be a teacher. So currency stability is very important. So when we now begin to miss it, on 14 November 1997, what is called the Black Friday, when our currency crashed. And I'm picking this historical emphasis on my observation. Why our currency crashed? Because government printed $4.2 billion, Zimbabwean dollars then, to pay war veterans. And our currency in terms of the exchange rate was 10 Zimbabwean dollars was equal to $1. Within 24 hours, our currency was around $1 against 118 US Zimbabwean dollar. So it crashed by 80%. So fast track now. The last 26 years, we have not been able to, we've lost 6 currencies along the way. Now let's talk about jobs. Investors, when they invest in a country, they do what we call investment appraisal analysis, or they develop a bankable investment proposal. And it's based on the currency of that country to say, if I'm going to put my money in Zimbabwe, and these are local and foreign investors, by the way, and this is, they also put cash flows. They use the currency. So if here in South Africa, they will use the rand, and they will know the prices will remain. They will put inflation estimation, and they can track. So which investor is going to come and invest in Zimbabwe and say that I'll be using which currency because we've lost 6 already? So again, to qualify from a historical perspective, in 1996, the best year, share of foreign direct investments as a share of, as a percentage of GDP was 25%. So in actual sense, those are the remarkable phenomenal figures, which are critical to guarantee that the economy is booming, is doing well. You're getting enough investments, you're also getting enough savings, right? So right now, our investment of GDP is 1%. So we've lost investments, we've lost savings. Companies have shrunk. Last 10 years ago, if I'm not mistaken, Econet was over $2 billion US in terms of capitalization. And I'm saying it because it's a listed company. Just a few months ago, so its capacity to create easily. Why? Because the currency is failing. So everything rests on the currency stability. Why they want to think about investors coming to invest in long-term in infrastructure such as energy, you need a stable currency, which has got other sets of fundamentals like stable exchange rate, stable inflation, single-digit inflation, and you can save. So in Zimbabwe, you can't save. Our savings are negative, real savings are negative. So we can't create jobs. That's why 87.7% of jobs are informal employment. Formal employment is 11.3%. That's where we are. Over to you, Dr. Mahembe.
Dr. Mahembe.
Oh, thank you. So we used to be told that economists don't agree. So I don't know whether I should say whatever Professor Mugane just said, just all of the above, because I think he has gone through everything in terms of the link between foreign currency and employment. Just one angle which I just really need to emphasize is that and I want to link it to poverty. That when a currency is not stable, inflationary pressures, the real people who really are affected are the poor. So the inflation tends to take from the have-nots and give to the haves. But as you would know, when people really want to invest, one of the things which banks ask is always to say, what is your own contribution? Now, in a nation where savings are minors, like what the Prophet just said, it then means even the propensity to create jobs is hampered. And then once you are not able to create businesses and to create jobs, it's actually a spiral of negativity, which is really sad. So definitely a currency where people are able to plan, because you need to plan using a currency when you do your cash flow, but also you need to hold your savings in the form of a currency, and then you are able to, when you need it, you are able to withdraw and use it. So once the currency, you can't trust a currency, and you can't be able to save in that currency. Effectively, you are setting up the whole nation to become to do hand to mouth, which is exactly where we are today. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Mahembe. Thank you, Prof. Mugano. I know I've been hogging the mic for a while now. We're rounding up. Prof. Mugano, if you give us maybe 10 minutes to wind up on this topic, if you have 10 minutes or less. My brother Change Radio had a question
fine, no
for you.
problem.
Sorry, yeah, Prof. Ghana, I just wanted to ask one question. I think you can answer it as you round up. My question is, um, besides the economic policies and whatever difficulties the RBZ is going through, or maybe the economy itself is going through, to what extent is the political situation in the country is affecting the ZiG, or is gonna affect the ZiG? I hear that I heard the Dr. Mahebe saying something about the ZANU-PF rallies, the way they are singing, Monomunyika tinotengana mazigi, asingade ngabuli, something like that. So, what do you think about the political situation in the country, especially its effects on the economic and the city? Thank you, and over to you.
No, thank you very much. So the establishment by is found that government, the way it must work, it must not work like the ZANU-PF government. It is Zimbabwean government. Becomes a ZANU-PF pitch and the Nezugushot Sana, right? They must not forget that that is a very big representation of the field that people who are supporting the alternative. So sing these songs, we are creating a divisive cohesion, no national consensus. We emphasize the need for national consensus purpose. If you don't have those critical phrases I'm talking about, then you are losing it. Because the people, what is it? Because when I'm taking this and I'm giving it a chance to say, we want to build our economy, we need to sacrifice. You are taking painful decisions because you're going to be faced with exchange rate losses and also with inflation in that currency. But if you are now dividing a ZANU-PF agenda in the government of Zimbabwe and are dividing people in political lines, then you are missing it. And people say, why should I lose my money? I'll go for the US dollar. So that is the challenge which it has. Second point I want to emphasize that from the political approach, the issue of cracking on people again does not work. I also want to go back to Dr. Mahembe's submission that building moral suasion, building not to say Zimbabwe, and the Kusunga been in government in 2007 when the price controls were instituted. I was an economist, I was a principal economist in government. And within it, you tissues and paper. There was nothing in there. Now, the last point I want to mention is that politics also as a factor. We were watching the South African rand, how it is performing in terms of the exchange rate on this. This political sentiment has also an effect on the currency, right? So I'm saying deliberately because people sometimes they miss the point. They think there's no relationship between economics and politics, and the rand was holding on because it looks like what is happening might actually strengthen governance for South African country as a country. And I'm sure Dr. Mahembe, when he goes deeper, he can then give more wiser advice in this direction. But in Zimbabwe, it's really we have a political environment which is entrenching toxicity. And my last point, I'm going to speak about the parliament, what happened in the parliament just a few days ago, where members of the opposition who had been appointed as employees in the parliament were received by the Speaker of Parliament. And some So the question now to say they were appointed by Timber falls away. And again, what it does again, it creates division against the people because we are still in election mode every minute. And who is going to be saving the currency? Who is going to be producing? Who is going to be bringing investment where there's political, we are seeing political mode? My last submission in 10 seconds is that as long as we remain in political mode, as long as we remain divided, no one brings his or her money into Zimbabwe. Even Zimbabweans themselves, the local investors, will not invest long term because they don't know where the economy will go politically. So that killed the ZiG because they want to be production to support the ZiG. I rest my case.
Thank you very much, Prof. That's a very comprehensive answer. In terms of, I know you're winding down. Maybe we want to hear your thoughts about South Africa, which we are moving on to in the next few minutes. What do you think should happen in South Africa in terms of big picture, and what do you predict in terms of coalition government? Thank you.
No, thank you very much. So my reading, here I'm a novice, I won't be authoritative, and I must be very honest. But my reading, just observing the developments, I've seen AFF indicating that they would want to join hands with ANC, and I think that would be good for the economy. That's why you see the rand is also holding, because there are positive statements coming through. Because what it would do is strengthen governance in terms of how government will be held to account. Because EFF is quite militant, and ANC has been blamed for a lot of things like corruption. So they will be held back in terms of those weakening. It would be very fun if I see ANC going into coalition with the DA, because DA seem to be very extremist. And the MK has also made it very clear that they don't want to join with ANC. So it looks like AFF is joining hands with ANC, and I'm sure that would be good. But no, it also means there's also change in SADC, in my view, because ANC has not been very good as a big brother. I mean, look, they were not also telling their comrades, our colleagues in ZANU-PF, to say, let's do things in an ethical manner. It is more like we don't care. We are in charge, we are in control, running into bed without warning each other. You saw what Fikile and Parola did when there were elections and our disputes. In Zimbabwe, issues, it's not a secret. So open that are doing things in the wrong way. That's why you see our elections when condemned by SADC, condemned by African Union, condemned by Sender, European Union, condemned by Zimbabweans, millions of Zimbabweans. So when there's a deadlock, you should come and find a way of reducing the tempers. ANC did not do a good job. So the influence of ANC in Zimbabwe politics is also going to be restricted as a government because of this. And I think it's good because that also helps us to be heard as a country, and hopefully inside there will also be change of perspectives. And I think it's also send a message to liberation of in Africa that they must stand for what they fought for: democracy and the freedom of speech and constitutionalism. I rest my case. Thank you.
Thank you, Prof. Chief and my brother Change Radio, Prof. Mapendere, if you have any other questions, just to round up. I know we have taken a lot of the Prof's time so that Dr. Mahembe can talk more about South Africa. So if you have any other questions for Prof, let's ask them. And Prof, if you can just prepare your statement in terms of closure. Thank you.
I think we can go ahead to the Prof making his closing remarks. I know we have already delayed him. I'm now awaiting to hear what Dr. Mahembe.
Can anyone hear Chief? It seems like he may have gone out.
Oh yeah, I was just saying Prof can go ahead and round up.
Prof. Mugano, go ahead, please. Prof. Mugano, you can hear us?
My closing remarks, right?
Yes, yes, yes.
Oh, thank you. So what I want to say is that Zimbabweans, we have no any other home except Zimbabwe. I think let us now move away from holding each other's neck and fighting across all political divide. ZNPF has got people to remain, and the alternative also for elections. It's a divided country. Whether we dispute the elections, it's divided. So it's time for us a journey of 26 years in the current crisis. If you mark from 14 November 1997 to date, we're actually approaching 27 years in next November. And that is quite some time, more than 2 decades now. And we can't afford to remain divisive, and we can't afford to use propaganda and fight each other. At the end of the day, as I sign up, there's no shop for ZANU-PF, there's no shop for Triple C or any other party, there's no hospital. We are going same field, we are going same schools, and life is a diplomatic passport for ZANU-PF people, neither for Triple C or any other opposition party. We get the same treatment. So why are we doing this to what we are doing to ourselves? Where is our intellectual capability? We are learning the country. So let's show it. Let's change the course. Let's build our country. Let's submit.
Thank you so much, Prof, for the time you have afforded us, and thank you for the education. I'm sure all of us are better today because of your presentation on ZiG, and of course, Dr. Mahembe will still have him here. Thank you. We hope to see you again on the programs like this. We want to hear more about ZiG and how to make our country better. That's what we care about as Zimbabwean citizens. Thank you.
Thank you very much. God bless you. Cheers for now.
Thank you. Over to you, Chief, and my brother, Change Radio.
Yeah, maybe DJ Prof, do you have a song so that we can transition from this segment of our program and we begin to talk about the South African elections and the looming GNU? It's really interesting. I'm excited to get into that. DJ Prof, do you have a song ready? Okay, it looks like we'll get the break later so that we can hear the good voice of DJ Prof, who himself is a professor of social work, but he also chooses to support the struggle by becoming a volunteer DJ at Change Radio. And we actually encourage people that are here and all citizens, if you want to volunteer, if you want to contribute to the struggle to change in Zimbabwe through broadcasting via Change Radio, we have positions that are available. So please do get in touch if you want to read news in Ndebele, in Shona, in Sitsonga, in Tonga, in English, or if you want to edit, you have skills in translating. We are looking for people to volunteer on Change Radio. So DJ Prof is one of the volunteers there. And let me again take this opportunity to thank everyone who is here. And I continue to encourage everyone to share this space with as many people as possible so that we can get into the last segment with as many people as possible. Doc, Dr. Mahembe, we appreciate you being here. Those that follow Change Radio, which, by the way, we encourage everyone. If you're not following Change Radio, do follow Change Radio. We had a program with Dr. Mahembe on Wednesday during the peak of the South African voting process. And it was a very exciting program. And Dr. Mahembe ended up being accused by some of our listeners and viewers who were saying, Dr. Mahembe, you seem to be a supporter of the ANC. And that prompted me to say, Dr. Mahembe, you need to come back after we have seen the progress in the South African election so that we can have another discussion. So here we are, Dr. Mahembe. Where is the ANC? How is your appreciation of the election so far? Is South Africa, is ANC going to survive? I know you were rooting for ANC. You were saying they were going to get the 50+1%. You were so confident, but unfortunately, it doesn't look like it's going to happen. It looks like they are going to be Zimbabwe 2.0 as they now prepare for a GNU. So your initial remarks on that, Dr. Mahembe, we give you 5-10 minutes to update us on the current political scenario or stalemate. We are hearing that the other parties are saying there was some form of vote rigging. You can confirm that or deny that, but your appreciation of what is going on and what you think might end up happening. We have more questions for you. Over to you.
Chief.
Yes, Prof.
Am I audible?
Yes, you
I
are.
think before Dr. Mahembe speak, I just wanted to play a small 2-minute song so people can
please go ahead.
Okay, let me just feel if the sound is clear for me.
Usaore moyo wawapando kure saka usachiuke kumashure zvinongokunetesa asi tsunga moyo shingirira rugare haruwi nyore dzimwe nguva zvinotora makore kure kwegava ndokusina tupu zvimwe zvacho zvinoda kushinga yakatipa ongoviringa kusvika wapinda should never let go svikira zvinhu zvaita kusendise but zvinoda kushinga kuti
zvoda kushinga
rame mutango
mukomana ndiri kuridza ipapa anonzi Cooksman zvamanzwa chief wangu achitaura kuti tinobata zvakasiyana-siyana tichivolontiya zvakasiyana-siyana pachange radio handirika uyu mukomana uyu anovolontiya pachange radio achitipa musambo yakasiyana-siyana yaanenge achitiridzira pachange radio saka mungangotsvaka pakanzi Cooksman kana paYouTube munomuwana ane YouTube channel yakanzi Cooksman Entertainment munomuwana zvakare ipapa like nekusubscribe pachange radio on all our platforms, YouTube, X, nepa Facebook. Nice.
Keep pressing.
This song I played for you all Zimbabweans who are listening in this platform to say Musaore Moyo. Kwatakabva manzwa Prof Muganu wangu achitaura panapa nenyaya yeZiG, but isusu hatiore moyo. Remember takabva kumabhondi noti tikambobviswa mazero nagono paya.
Saka usachiuke kumashure
pakauya zvakare anzi chizviya mabhera check haditi ndobva tamborohwa nainzi magold coin akangorohwa magold coin obva angobuda iko zvino kwauya inonzi gold ZiG
zvinongokunetesa asi tsunga moyo shingirira rugare haruwi nyore dzimwe nguva
one of the volunteers zvamangutaura DJ Prof ndozita rangu rebasa chairo regai ndingodzosera ndaida ngoti tingosimbisana kuti tisaore moyo handiti baba Mahembe tisaora moyo ngatipinde kuma-elections eSouth Africa tinzi zvakamira sei. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, DJ, Prof. And thank you, Mambo Sose, I think for your introduction. And yeah, so we're going to be discussing a very, very interesting, because it's a developing story. So in some instances, we don't have full information, but it's a developing story. So I want to start by addressing what Mambo Sose just said. Yes, my focus were wrong on one aspect, but it was a headline in that aspect. But I think I need to start by saying I completely, together with my team, we were doing some of our focus, and we're trying to do some bit of number crunching. And in our number crunching, we said ANC, if it were to struggle, it would definitely get 50 plus 1%. But when I looked at the model we are using, we really, really underestimated the coming in of MK. So I think that's where our model missed it. We were saying, I think they were going to make an impact only in KZN, but we never anticipated that they will make so much impact in Malanga and also in Gauteng. I think, yeah. So from there, we missed it. But however, there are two fundamental issues I just wanted to mention about our model, which I think have also come true. Is we also said that through this election, ANC was going to be confirmed as a rural party, where it's going to only to win as a majority in rural provinces like your Eastern Cape, Northwest, Limpopo, and others, and that has been confirmed. And secondly, we also made in the same vein that provinces where there were going to be coalitions or at least non-ANC was going to be Western Cape, and we had said the DA was going to retain, and we also mentioned that Gauteng was going to be a coalition government. And also we mentioned that KZN, because of the MK, it was also going to be potentially a coalition government, and that's confirmed. But I think what we didn't also anticipate then in that focus was that it was going to be so much condensed in Malanga, like I indicated, and also I think in Northern Cape. So yes, so I think that's what we mean by forecasting. So sometimes you miss, sometimes you get it. But I think it's always important to do forecasting, because the forecast helps you to plan accordingly. So they're always those kind of what if this happens, what if this happens, what if this happens. But anyway, here we are. I think the issue is from what I've heard, a number of political parties are saying overall there were some challenges with the election, but overall the election seems to be credible. And the majority of them, especially from MK, EFF, and other smaller parties, they are emphasizing that as long as the electoral management body is able to address some of the issues, I'm talking about the potential rigging now, or issues to do with the rigging, they were saying as long as those isolated or issues are addressed or at least resolved, there's potentially an amicable acceptance of this election as have been free, fair, and credible, which I think is a good thing. Lastly, so I'm still, before I go into detail, it's also important to mention that there was a survey which was done by the Human Science Research Council, and that survey was done concurrently or at the same time with the voting. And that survey was well publicized. It is my hope that in Zimbabwe will also have such. And one of the key findings from that survey was that 80% of all the voters, they trust the electoral management body. So that for me seems to say even if there are some parties who might not be happy, but the generality of South Africans, they so trust the electoral management body, and they therefore would trust the results which will come out of that election, in my view, that's for me a very important endorsement where the voters are able to say, we voted, and I trust that my vote will count, because the people we deposit our votes with, we trust them that they will count them. We trust that they will announce what we said. And for me, it's really critical as democracies continue to evolve, where the will of the people is reflected in the results. Now, let me pause there for a moment before I go into detail in terms of my analysis of where I would think the discussion will go. But as I speak now, there are many meetings already happening. I was chatting to some people from different parties. The negotiations are happening. And like what Professor Mugano has said, one of the key parties to this whole coalition negotiation is EFF. And EFF have already said, at first they said like they were joking, and they told President Ramaphosa that if we have to come into coalition, please, I want you, President Ramaphosa, to appoint the Floyd Chiwambo, my deputy, as Minister of Finance. And then they laughed. But anyway, here we are. So negotiations are happening, and it is my hope that when I come back, I'll give some of my thoughts around where do I think the podium for does the NC go to MK? If they go to MK, what are the advantages? EFF, if it's confirmed, what are the advantages, disadvantages? DA and so forth. So I think I'll come back. Let me pause for now after this general comment. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Mahembe. Very exciting to hear your analysis. Like they say in financial modeling, I mean, a model is as good as, when you do it, right? When things start happening, all models are wrong. But thank you for that transparency in terms of how you were looking at everything. I'm sure everybody has been shocked by how well the MK performed. In fact, the other surprise is obviously the EFF, which everyone here is clear. I think people were expecting the EFF to do much better. And Malema himself said that, they didn't see the MK coming. He said they took their votes. But anyhow, I'll leave it to Chief. You have the questions. I'm just chipping in here. Chief Jose.
Yeah, thank you, Doc, and thank you, the other Doc, Dr. Maembe. We appreciate you. You know our struggle. You know what we went through on Wednesday. So I'm still on you, Dr. Maembe. So there's something here that a lot of people would want to hear. I've already said earlier that a lot of people were even saying that Zimbabwe is on the ballot paper in South Africa, and we know that South Africa has been very complicit in the suffering of Zimbabweans. They've been complicit in the looting, in the stealing. They've been complicit in the many electoral frauds that we have endured via ZANU-PF in Zimbabwe. If it was not for ANC, we all agree here that if it was not for ANC, ZANU-PF would not be there as we are speaking. So now with the changes in government, do you see any change in terms of the politics in Southern Africa, considering the position of South Africa? But of course, in particular, do you see this affecting or impacting on the Zimbabwean political scenario? And if so, how far? Should we be hopeful as Zimbabweans that there is something that is going to come, if we have another election before 2028, as many are expecting, or if the elections are there in 2028, do we expect something different?
Very interesting question, Mambo. Two things. The first one is that by virtue of that ANC he has not managed to get the 50% mark. By virtue that he is going to bring in a coalition partner, by virtue that they are going to bring another party, definitely their foreign policy in one way or another is going to be really changed. So what I would expect would be a change in foreign policy, but whether that change in foreign policy is going to be a change in how ANC has always treated ZANU-PF is something which we need to remove from this equation, and let me put it aside and deal with that altogether. So one of the things why ANC has always stood with ZANU-PF, even in the face of blatant disregard of human rights and so forth, they've always say we are liberation movements. So, and liberation movements, they flow together. Whether, and this is a big question to ANC, whether they are willing to sing with ZANU-PF is for them to tell. Because what has happened now is that they've lost power, or at least they've lost being a dominant player. And what we have seen is that liberation movements, when they begin to lose power, they might really, really come out of power. So are they willing to continue to go to bed with ZANU-PF? Or they might want to reflect? I think it's up to them, because I think the jury is so out there. But one of the things which is so important to mention is that even within ANC, there is a renewal. And because of that renewal, the new leaders are coming up who did not go to war, or who did not even come to Zimbabwe for refugee, or who did not enlist for Umkhonto weSizwe and others. So there is definitely a renewal, and that renewal is really, really alive and kicking. And now, because of the hiccup of the election now, definitely the renewal efforts are going to be at least be taken seriously, because something was not right. So they are definitely going to renew. Now, let me come back to foreign parts of government, which I think that's where, because several presidents, like with President Mbeki, he acted, yes, as an ANC government, as an ANC official, but he was the president when he facilitated the GNU. Even when President Zuma was in power, he's the one who did that Zimbabwe exception permits. And even when President Ramaphosa was in, he's the one who tried to initiate, I think it's 2021, when he wanted to come and initiate dialogue. And that's so they always act when as a president. For them to have at least in terms of leverage. Now that is definitely going to change depending on which partner is coming in, and also whoever is going to be number one, who is going to be the Minister of Foreign Affairs, like they are, and also who is going to be the Minister of Home Affairs, which is responsible for immigration. So those two posts are going to be key in terms of driving the government's policy vis-a-vis Zimbabwe and any other African country. But even in terms of Zimbabwe, because immigration is definitely becoming an issue. Now, there is also another question you mentioned, which I just need to answer quickly. The issue of, was Zimbabwe on the ballot? Yes and no. If it was on the ballot, they've lost, because the people who were talking more on immigration policy a lot would be EFF, and then EFF did not make it. I think they didn't make it as expected. And then even Mackenzie, PA, who was talking about immigration a lot, he did not make it, especially in provinces where immigration is a big issue. He made it in Western Cape with the colored community. And this one colored community, I don't think they voted for him because of immigration policy. Thank you, and I submit for now.
Thank you, Doc. We'll allow you to have a glass of water as we hand over to Change Radio so that you can pick some of the speakers that have joined so that they can ask you questions or comment as briefly as they can. And then we'll come back to you again with more questions. Change Radio.
Thank you so much, Chief. Thank you so much, Dr. Mayembe, for the presentation. We have two new speakers, Mrozimu Nomtapa and Chief Wasu. Wow, we have two chiefs here. Chief Wasu, you came earlier. We are looking at the South Africa elections, the ANC, the EFF, the GA, and of course the MK and other political parties. What's your opinion, maybe in 2 minutes, and then we go to Rosmada. Over to you, Chief Wasu. Chief Wasu, are you there? Mambososo, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. It looks like Chief Wasu is not able to speak now. We can go to the next one.
Mrozimu Nomtapa, can you hear me?
Yes, Change Radio.
Yeah, I was saying that we have seen the elections in South Africa. Seems like they are not yet over. A lot is happening in South Africa. What's your comment on that?
Thank you, Change Radio. We are very proud of our own radio, giving us this platform, and also giving even those who don't support Change Radio as a platform. But that's what the people do, to create a space for everybody so we can do well together. I think it has come to a point where majority of Zimbabweans are looking forward for things to kind of remain the way they are and not changing for the a better position for ANC. I'm currently not in good terms with a part of my family is there in Muzanzi. That's where my mother came from. And I've been updating my own late mother that things are going to change, because the ANC has let down the people of South Africa for a very long time. It has taken people for granted. It has not fulfilled the promises that it has done to the people. It has given the people, and people have got a lot of patience, to look up to ANC, but it still is not doing anything good. I've been looking forward to see Malema doing well, but I was a little bit disappointed with his tone, his language. I think if he is packaged his language better, he could have actually done very well. And when the last time that I watched the old man, Zuma, pushed around by his own party, I looked back to Mugabe, the man that I've, together with many Zimbabweans, personally criticized so much. But at the end of the day, I felt so bad the way Mugabe was treated by the same regime that he has led. And he has also led the country Zimbabwe to get into independence. which is what I've seen in Zuma. He was undermined. He was whatever mistake. People must correct someone in a kind of human way. But what I've also learned is these liberation parties, they are not for the people, but they are for personal benefits, which is very clear the way we have seen it in Zimbabwe and in South Africa and the other, especially SADC countries where we have closely watched. I remember in 1990 when Mandela was released, Mandela definitely wanted to work well with the ZANU-PF, and I didn't see the closeness of Mandela and Mugabe. And when he got in power in 1994, I read a piece that Mandela had the vision of N1 coming from Cape Town to Cairo. But this didn't happen, mainly because of our liberation heroes in Zimbabwe, like Mugabe himself. When Mugabe passed, Mugabe regretted for so many abuses that he has done as the leader of ZANU-PF, and that is representing the regime in Zimbabwe. Why I'm saying this is because of how ANC has let down the people of Zimbabwe, the country Zimbabwe, and the opposition in Zimbabwe, just for the sake of supporting a liberation movement or a party, political party, because they are both liberation parties. They didn't look at what exactly is on the ground that they could do better to develop the country, to improve the country, and to check on each other as liberation parties. So we saw Mbeki coming in, and we saw exactly what Mbeki did when everything was clear in 2008. Mugabe lost, and now Mugabe explained himself when he was about to die what they've done wrong, which can answer especially the people who do analysis today of how maybe ANC could win and so. And most of these intelligent people, they don't talk about the real issues.
Is Ramada still speaking, or it's me?
No, I think he dropped off.
Yeah.
ZANU-PF, when we came to Cyril Ramaphosa, we have the elections of 2023 August, and we have seen how he has supported the regime in Zimbabwe. So South Africa, ANC specifically, has let down the people of Zimbabwe, the country Zimbabwe, the region itself. And we know it is the oldest political party, and it has a very good position to actually do things better. The way we are seeing things happening now in South Africa, ANC was supposed to lead by example, but they chose to do politics for other countries like Zimbabwe and wherever we have problems. But what is going on now, I think, is something that I challenge the people who are in the proximity of giving analysis. They should talk considering the real situation on the ground, the suffering of the people, not looking into how smart people are playing politics. That's where most of the time we look now when we say Zimbabweans are very smart, we are educated, we are learned, whatever we can say there. But let me give my last part. When we have people who are smart like Jacob Zuma, that most people have said he is not learned, but what he has done, But the real smart people are the people. I see my brother here. I think he just left, but he was here. My favorite brother here, Simbiso. And I can casually call him my brother Simbiso, but he's a medical doctor. But he can get on the ground to actually look into the welfare of the lowest person in a country. So when he's doing his analysis, whether on these spaces, in the physical of this struggle that we are fighting, the layman can actually understand that this doctor is fighting for me who doesn't have the platform to make the change that we want. But the people who are in the kind of position to be given this platform to talk and make, we have many ZANU-PF people right now in this space. And they argue that things are okay when we are not. So we need these people who are learned, who are finely learned, to actually consider or who actually, just put the people first. And from there, they can make the analysis, pressurizing the regimes in Africa, what they can do, not what they can get on top of everything that they have, and they are not going to give anything to the people in terms of politics. That's my kind of submission without asking a question, but I just wanted to make this so that this is also one of the main reasons I think politically we make mistakes, we suppress ourselves because of a lot of analysis that has nothing to do with real issues on the ground in terms of the people who are suffering, who should be looked at, but we look at actually the leaders. For now, I'll end here. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Murozi Mada, for that submission. We go back to our good doctor. Doc, is this the end of an era for ANC? Can this also be the beginning of a new era to liberation movements that they are no longer in total control? We saw what happened in Zambia. UNIP was the governing party for a long time. They liberated Zambia, but when they fell, they fell. Now we don't even know what is called UNIP. Are we seeing the same scenario in South Africa? Is ANC gone? Of course, as you speak about that, bear in mind what happened in Zimbabwe in 2008, that we had a power sharing government, and we thought that this was the end of ZANU-PF. But ZANU-PF came up, and they started rigging even more, brought in more sophisticated rigging mechanisms. So ZANU-PF is still there. What's your comment on that? And also, please, you are in South Africa, so enlighten us on the contribution that the DA is going to make when they come into government. It's being mooted that the president of DA might become the national vice president. Do you think that will help the South African economy, the Oppenheimers, and all the other capitalists, South Africans that Malema is always shouting about? They will be there now. They will be in control of all the factors of production and all the capital. How is it going to work out? Is this good for South Africa, or it might be the beginning of another form of colonialism in terms of capital?
Thank you. I'll start from the last question because that's one of the key issues. I accepted this invite for this discussion because one of the key issues under discussion would be economic ideology, economic policy, ownership of means of production and so forth. So I'll be a bit broad so that people can understand where I'm coming from, but and I'll then try to give a discussion to answer specific questions. So I think to help me to answer that, I want to see whether I can share a small chart on our So I put a small chart on our comment section. That one will give people an idea of how, my whole analysis on this issue. All right. So for those who are able to see it, I think you'll be able to see it. I'm sorry, it's a bit busy, but the way I look at it and the way economies are looked at, be it South Africa, Zimbabwe, and so forth, it's like a cow, like a family who owns a cow. And that cow, the main responsibility of a cow, for those who grew up in rural areas, they will know this. The main responsibility or the mandate of the cow is always to help in terms of maybe with their plowing. So in other words, they can be able to reinvest for future, but also to feed the family in terms of food, in terms of your milk and so forth. Now, any political party comes in as a shepherd, mufudzi wemombe in Shona, or a steward, and their main responsibility is firstly to feed the cow, but most importantly to make sure that the family is fed through that cow. Now, I'm saying this because one of the key issues which has grappled many economies, including Zimbabwe, including South Africa, is, do we focus on feeding the cow, which is most like your what they call right side economics, or whether they focus especially on capitalism, how to create the bigger cake and so forth. But also there is another one which we call left, where people say, but we can't allow our children to go hungry. The cow has to feed us. And that side of economics, we normally call it the left, or the consumption side. And one of the key issues which has grappled, South Africa has grappled with, especially, is to say, how has the ANC evolved? You will find that when President Mandela came in, he was more into reconciliation. But when President Mbeki came in, he focused much of his attention into how to grow the cake. And I will show another graph, which is my last graph, where the economy actually grew. But the problem with that is that people were saying, but this economy is not creating jobs fast enough. And we are hungry, and we are not able to do what we're supposed to do. And then, so there is always that grappling. And that's why the Zuma camp was able to wrestle power from President Mbeki. And one of the key issues he was being blamed for was that he was pursuing neoliberal policies which focused on growth, but the benefits of growth were not trickling down to the poor. And then he was removed. But he was removed when Zuma came. There was also, because they focused too much on consumption, on focusing on how to do the redistribution of the country's wealth, then the economy went into junk status, and the economy could not grow, and problems of corruption began to increase. Why? Because the cake was getting smaller and smaller. So as the cake gets smaller and smaller, people fight for opportunities to be in government so that they can steal. And then President Ramaphosa came in. What did he do? He tried to go back to let's rebuild, let's renew. So for me, that's where the real discussion point is, to say, do we focus on capitalism, which I'm now bringing in the new parties now. Do we focus on capitalism, which focus on let's grow the economy, let's be production minded, and let's see have high economic growth. GA seems to play in that right, on the right side, if you look at it. And other smaller parties seem to focus on that area. Then there is also another one who says, no, but we need to do socialism. We need to do nationalism. We need to even nationalize the reserve bank. We need to nationalize banks. We need to nationalize all our mines. We need to, so it's a redistributive kind of policy. Who is in that angle? Definitely EFF, definitely MK. Now, so we have on one side, we have DA, like what you have rightly said, Mambo there. We have DA and other political parties. They are playing on the right. But on the far left is your EFF and MK. Now, my point is, there are always advantages and disadvantages of pursuing, whether you are far left or you are far right. Because you pursue far right only, the problem with it is that your government will not be stable because there will be strikes. Your government will not be stable because the generality of the poor will be complaining. But also, if you focus on the far left, your government also will not be stable because the cake will shrink faster. You go the Zimbabwean route, and you go the Zimbabwean route faster than you think because you are focusing much on sharing the cake rather than growing the cake. Now, in my view, the ANC has an important opportunity to enjoy both sides of the world. If it gets in bed with either MK or EFF, it means they are able to bring in some very, very good policies around how do we distribute the cake, so that you pacify the generality of the citizens who are saying this democracy has not worked for us, and you have a grievance in that aspect, which in earnest is actually very, very real. But also, for you to be able to feed these people, you need the economy to grow. So you also need to also take some policies around your what DA has done in Western Cape. For those who might not know, Western Cape after COVID up to now is the province which has created more jobs than any other province. Western Cape is one of the provinces which is known for quality service delivery. Western Cape is one of those provinces which is known for zero tolerance to corruption. So all those aspects are also good for a functional government. So, what I would want to argue is that ANC might benefit if they take at least some from DA, some from MK or EFF, so that we more balanced team where those who push right are included, those who push left are included, and then what we come up with, and this is one of the things I am really pushing, is that what we need to come up with is a model which is not capitalist in nature, but neither is it socialist in nature, but we come up with a model which is inclusive in nature, where we engage, like I said, both sides of the cake, both sides of the world. So it's inclusive, it's democratic, and it's more development oriented.
Prof, I think you are moving away from your mic for a few seconds and then coming back because you're getting muffled.
Oh, okay. Is it better now?
No.
It's not better.
Change radio. Can you hear him?
Yeah, I think maybe his mic.
Yeah, I think he's just getting closer, or too close, or too far away from the mic. Dr. Mayembe. Okay, while Dr. Mayembe is sorting his mic, Change Radio, you can go ahead and get some speakers to speak. Let's hear what you think about the South African election. We want to hear your views. And those that haven't spoken, this time is for you.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, thank you. We have Maura. We have Ango Jobs in Maura. So maybe Maura can go first.
Okay.
Just in brief. Then we go to Ango Jobs in brief. Thanks.
Okay. Thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you very much. Greetings to all, and I am happy that you have given me an opportunity to say something. I'm a great friend of Zimbabwe people, and I also have some investment in South Africa. The next stage I'm looking is Zimbabwe when things get better. Now, let me start by saying this. I was very surprised that by the vote turnout in South Africa. It was barely 50 something. And my question was, because I was expecting a lot of people, particularly those who were born from in 90s, to cast their votes. So I was expecting the vote turnout to be around 60 to 70. But to my disappointment, it was around 50 something. Anyway, I don't know why that one happened. Two, I was also happy that Marema never got a lot of votes. And the reason is simple for me. Some people might see it different, but I see it very different. You see, the radical and the talk that he talks of saying that he might get it hard by force without compensation, such kind of things. That's why I really, for me, myself, I don't support him and I don't like his policies of EFF. But I support DA, and also I knew that DA cannot have much votes like the ANC. I knew ANC is going to top, although I knew it will lose the 50%. I knew that one. So I knew that ANC will get in some kind of coalition. From where I see it, I would suggest that if I was to be asked, that ANC gets in coalition with DA. Because if you see the way DA, as a previous speaker has spoken, the way they have governed the Western Cape, they have done a wonderful job. So for capitalism to thrive, one, people have to have money. And for me, that's the best system of government. Capitalism, I like capitalism when it is put in its right proper way and when everybody is allowed to practice what I call free-based market economy, whereby we compete equally. I take my goods, you bake bread, I bake bread, we take the market, and then we both buy for customers, and the best baker buys my bread or buys your bread. That's what I believe. I rear a cow, I said my milk to the market, you rear a cow, you said your milk to the market, and the best buyer buys whoever has got the best milk. That's the system I like. But if you look at South Africa now, the problem with South Africa now is that there is a cream of people, not so many people that have what I call the capital. They are the owners of the capital. They have a lot of money in their hands. So what ANC and DA should do is how they can make capital available to masses, to a lot of people in the society. Because when we have a society whereby we have very few people, I come from Kenya, and Kenya is the same problem that's happening in South Africa. You said in my country, Kenya, is a crease of people, very few people who owe billions. And these are the people who run the economy. These are what I call in economics owners of capital. So the best thing is ANC and DA, if they can come together and see how to come away, go around this thing and see how some money can get into the hearts of the common person who can start, even if it's not a big business, a small business. Because if you look at the world's leading economy, you look at Germany, look at USA, the engine that drives this economy is what we call SMEs, small and medium enterprises. So If we can have the growth of small and medium enterprises, let's say in a country South Africa, I'm sure that South Africa can do great things. And also, if we can have a good regime in Zimbabwe that respects the rule of law and democracy, I think even if we in Zimbabwe also, if we encourage small and medium enterprises to thrive, I think we can grow also the economy of Zimbabwe in leaps and bounds, but not with this current regime that we are having. Because one thing that the capital fears is uncertainty. And also capital fears lack of rule of law. We must have rule of law in any country for capital. So capital fears those two things: uncertainty, unpredictability, and and the lack of rule of law. Because I know if there is a country that respects the rule of law, I know as a businessman, as an entrepreneur, if I have a dispute with anybody, I can go to court, walk into any court, and my case will be settled in a fair and in a free manner. But if and right now, if you can invest this in Zimbabwe under the current regime, and you are not aware of us with the ZANU PF, actually you don't expect to get justice. That's the whole problem, and that runs across a lot of African countries, whereby justice is not served equally. So if we can have an African continent that we improve our justice system, we make a free market-based economy, then that things can work. Whereby we respect the rule of law. Because the reason as to why you see some countries like right now, if I can talk about Zimbabwe, the reason why you don't have a lot of investors coming to Zimbabwe now, apart from those who are corrupt, is that there is no respect for the rule of law. If we have the rule of law being respected in Zimbabwe, a lot of capital will flow there. I being one of them. But you cannot come there where there is no respect for the rule of law. And again, when there's rule of law, when everything is respected, there is what we call micro and micro economics, whereby if the society, any investor who is smart and who would like to invest in any country and want to do business in that country, if he want to do that business and people in that country buy his goods and services, he looks at the macro and micro economics of the society. If people have money in their pocket, if people are driving, if you set up your plant, your industry, then you are assured that you have customers for your goods. But if the society only money is earned by a very few people, a lot of people are poor, then who will come to university there? So let's try and have democracy in Africa, and whereby people will have money, and when you have money, then we shall attract investors. But I'm happy, and in my opinion, if I was ANC, I would like to ask a DA, we form a coalition, and then we see whether we can replicate what happens in Western Cape in the rest of the country. But unless we look for ways and means of making that the masses should have at least money to do something, to move the economy, I think we are heading nowhere. So until that one happens in South Africa, the problem that we are seeing right now will continue accumulating. But let me say that I hope if DA joins ANC, something good might come out. It might take some time, but in the end, something will come up. And let this be a lesson for ZANU PM that maybe come the next general election, they might be kicked out of office, and we might have people who respect the rule of law. Thank you very much.
Powerful
Wow.
submission there. Yeah, this is really good. I hope we can connect my brother and speak outside the space. Of course, you are speaking like a business person. You want DA to come in. Malema would not like that. But that's really a powerful submission. And Change Radio, I think you can go ahead and get all the other speakers before we circle back to Dr. Mayembe.
So next is Jobs, then I will go to Champion. So yeah, you can just point that one. Thank you. Over.
Yeah, many thanks, host and the other respected members and professionals. On the issue of the ZiG, I think we isolated and treated it as an individual thing. I'm not speaking as a professional, but as somebody who is being affected by all those policy inconsistencies in Zimbabwe, where we are having now a number of currencies which we are using, ZiG and RTGS. Maybe we should tackle it 360 to say what is really is affecting our economy before we go to our own currency. We should go to our system of taxation, where us who just run a tax shops get taxed, and those who are running, we have shares in mines who are doing the mining of lithium and so forth, and we have tons and tons going abroad. Each and every border, be it going to Beria or Durban or whatever, they are crossing through Bad Bridge. We are seeing them. Those people are exempted to pay tax. And the people are not willing to tackle all those issues. We also have to go to other issues which are affecting us as they are, apart from those the tax taxation, the issue of how the tenders are coming back. To say we are now discovering, to say even that he captured the ZEC, somehow, somebody milked it, get 40 million. And they do what? To such an extent that even ZBC have to complain to say we did not get revenue because the money was misused. Recently, we are having the issue of who is going to distribute to partner with the Starlink. And that issue was never advertised. We don't see how the tender process goes. Same applies to Mpuzi Roundabout. We are not benefiting anything from Mpuzi Roundabout, except the fact that we are just hearing that is the most expensive roundabout. We can go on and go on. We can even mention the Gwanda Solar Project, which is supposed to provide us with power. But at my homestead, I have more solar panels than at Gwanda Solar Project. That's a fact because I've seen the picture when the Parliament Committee was storing it. So all those issues, if we don't address it and just limit it to ZiG and leave it as it is, to say, it's now the poor men who get taxed. I think Mauro, you've done us a favor. You've described what is capitalism. In Zimbabwe, we can't say we have capitalism. And even investment, we can't say. People who are coming to invest to Zimbabwe are not investors, but scavengers. They just take it. That is why you are seeing that even gold production is going down, because no investment is being put on the gold mining, but except is scavenging what have been left by the actual investors. So we need to understand those issues. They are going to affect us, and we need to correct them. Then going to the discussion of South African elections, as we were just watching the process itself rather than what are going to be the results, because we watched the process in the DRC and find out to say it was almost similar to ours. So we did fear to say South Africa might be the same. But we are now having confidence to say we still have the democracy in our neighbor, we still have the independent institution in our neighbor, which we still lack. The only mistake we are making now is for us, we are admitting to say that maybe those political parties will do something for us. No, they want to do anything for us. We should do, it is this time we should just prepare to take our responsibility to say, no, let's make changes to our country. Let's fight for our country to have those independent institutions. Even if we go to our ZiG issues, we have to understand now to say we have 22 parastatals, which are not even under scrutiny, parliamentary scrutiny, under Public Procurement and Disposal of Assets Act. They are just put under presidential powers. How much do they worth? I don't think nobody knows. And what would happen, we don't know. So that issue of accountability and transparent doesn't apply to us. And if we don't make it apply to us and just bang on what have happened to South Africa to say they will correct our issues, we are lost. We need just to understand to say we have a lot to do to catch up. I don't think they will do anything to help us. Then we also have to move to other issues to say we have understand how their institutions work independently. They've got complaints here and there, but the majority accept it. And they are willing to work together. We have seen a number of opposition parties saying we are willing to form coalition. And I've seen professionals here saying, that is the reason why they run. It's too strong. It cannot happen to our own country because our institutions, even the whole process won't be independent. It will be a captured issue, starting from the judiciary, the ZiG itself, and whatever goes on. So all those issues, we need to understand the challenge which we are facing to say we have a lot to reach that stage of where South Africa is. We have a lot of what we can do. For the sake of time, I will just end up here and hope for the best for South Africa. We benefit if there's the stability in South Africa. We are the ones who are benefiting. That is the reason why they are complaining about us being in South Africa. Thanks a lot, everybody. I sit my mind.
Over to you, Champion. Thank you so much, George, for the submission.
Thank you, host and co-host, and thank you, the listeners. I think we need to do good justice when we talk about, especially. I don't want to talk first about ZiG because ZiG is not a currency. I don't think there is anybody who is serious here who wants us to discuss of anything that does not have even shape, even value. I can't talk of a currency that is being printed using US dollars, and by the end of the day, you have spent, let me say, if I was doing a cost analysis, right? Let me say today I'm a cost accountant, I'm doing a cost analysis about ZiG. You are printing ZiG in US dollars, using the inputs of US dollars, and you produce something that does not buy anything. I don't even think that I can even start to talk about the concept of value when there is no value at all. You are producing a currency that cannot even, that is even, its value, it's worthless. It's less than a tissue, right? A tissue in South Africa, I think, is 10 rand. What is ZiG? For instance, what is ZiG? What a tissue in UK, I think it's 2 rand. What is ZiG? So that if I don't know how other people are thinking about, because by the end of the day, the person who is losing, it's you. And you see some people now start to sing songs and whatsoever, but they are forgetting that they are the same people who are losing. There's the same people who are even also, can I say, they are being looted, right? So at some point you have to feel pity for your own people, not for the sake that you are too smart, but because they don't understand who is the recipient of all these shenanigans. So at some point, the discussion of ZiG it needs to be thrown out of the window. Then when we go to the South African side, I think as well, let's do an analysis properly to say, okay, from 2010, after South Africa hosted World Cup, what happened? They came up with a document called the National Development Plan, where they were explaining that, okay, our country is going to grow in double digits. But since 2010 up to 2024, their economy did not replicate anything that was in the development plan. Their economy did not even grow by 1.5%. So what is important for them at this point is for them maybe to forge a coalition with DA. Why DA? Because DA will make sure that there is no corruption. And we all know that even you yourself, if you want to invest in South Africa, the best thing that you can do is to make sure that you earn a return. I can tell you about their JSE. JSE is comparable to some of the emerging markets stock markets, of which there is something to gain from. That's why you see that I think the volume as it is, I think it's running maybe per day. It's running in billions of dollars that are being transacted at GSE. So if you are going to come up with a coalition with EFF, what is the problem? The problem is that policies are pro-socialists, but in the same party, there's no a socialist in that party. So what does that mean? You are going now back to the Zimbabwean side where they will tell you that no, you do this while themselves they are benefiting. We don't need such in any way in the world or even in Africa. We don't need a situation where there is a policeman for something. We need where we don't interfere much with the market because the market bring rewards, bring investors. So for the investors to come, you can't just come to a country where you know that you are not going to go back with your money. It's either you go back alone, the money is left. And what does that create? I think we need to come to a point where we know that, okay, when we talk about foreign direct investment, what are we talking about? What can foreign direct investment do to any economy, even in Zimbabwe too? Because I know that in Zimbabwe, things like research and development are things that have been neglected. I don't even know whether they do have got a scientific research that is working properly right now. Right? And also, I don't even know whether they do have got policymakers who are even able to speak independently to say, you know what you are doing here is wrong. So the South African one, the other issue as well is that, okay, most of the people may start to think, oh, okay, we can nationalize this, we can nationalize this. With the amount of corruption that is in South Africa, if you nationalize, what is going to happen? So we have to be very, very careful, especially for those who are saying, okay, we need nationalization. The first thing that you have to do, promote competence and promote meritocracy before you can implement anything, because what is going to happen? And we have to be mindful. Why? Because we know that South Africa is one of those countries where the inequality is so high, right? So if all these policies, some people will be saying, no, we want to be radical, we want to be whatsoever. But by the end of the day, what you need is to grow a country. What you need is to grow an economy. Because if the economy is not producing jobs, then whatever policy we may come up with, we are just playing and we are just wasting youth's time. You end up being around 40 without even a payslip, without even a bank account, because it will be not useful. So there are policies that people have to look for, especially the policies of DA. They are good in the sense that they may also try to reduce their government budget deficit. We know that the government deficit right now in South Africa, I think it's between 70 to 77%. So what does that mean to someone? It means you have to reduce that burden so that you can be able to grow your economy. How? Because do you see the opportunity cost of you paying interest to? Well, yes, of course, they may have got a leverage in the sense that I think 80% of their debt is locally based. So the advantage is they are not going to have like foreign currency risky where they are going to pay now to say, okay, we are going to pay a loan interest in foreign currency. So they don't need to exchange money and whatsoever. So that is the advantage, but still the problem is because I think last time I did an analysis about it, their interest payment was the third expenditure after, I think, social spending and education. So what does that mean to you? It means more of the money is going into interest payments, and what is being left for development. So I think when it comes to the economy, we have to do an analysis properly. We look at our expenditure, We look as well because remember, South Africa has got a potential in the sense that they still have got institutions that are better. One, number two, they do have got medicines, hospitals, and everything. It's still fine. Where now they are now going, it's where the problem comes because you can't have a NHI at this point while the number of your taxpayers are dwindling each and every time, because I think around 2018 they were like 7 million, but I don't think by now they're still 7 million because a high net worth individual, they have migrated, I think, about 20% of them. So there is a problem that they are sitting on, especially if they are going to raise taxes right now. Remember, the maximum tax rate in South Africa is 45%. What does that mean? Because this is an individual tax, and their corporate tax, I think it's 27%. What does that mean to you? What does that mean if you are a rich individual? It means at some point, the money that you are paying to tax is so much. So there is a need for them to bring that tax down so that you can have disposable income to save and so forth. So they need a partner. If ANC need a partner, they have to look for a partner who can try to help them to go back to normal years other than where they are right now, because where they are, they may face maybe a difficult problem because the taxes are going to increase. Why are they going to increase? There are 3 or 2 components that are important there. One of it is they are going to have a national health insurance, which is going to be a problem. 2, they do have got social grants. If you go to Eastern Cape, 51% of the people in Eastern Cape, they survive on government grants. 49% of the people who are any income, they are any income from employment. So what does that mean to you? What does that mean to a South African? So these things have to be done in a way of trying to balance the equation. You are trying to be redistributive at the same time. You have also to foster how to grow the economy. If you don't grow the economy, no matter how many policies you are going to implement, no matter how you are going to try to do it, it's going to be a problem in the sense that the economy is not growing. There are no jobs which are being created. All those investment summits that were being done, they were just like fictitious things because they never even come to be productive anyway. There was nothing that was replicated from that. So there is a need for now for them to look into themselves and look particularly to say, okay, this is what we want to do. What can we do? Can we have DA? Yes, to me, as someone we have attended Africa Risk Analysis Summit, I can tell you to say, you know what? The only preferable partner for now for ANC is to go the DA route. Why? Because the DA route is going to foster one, certainty and bring investment in. So if you are going to have EFF, the problem is that the capital is going to fly out. And what is going to happen after capital flying out? That's the next thing to talk about. I know that most of the Zimbabweans were saying, oh, EFF is okay. Guys, let's be honest. We had our problems. We had the capital flight when we chased whites, right? And if you were to go back to 2000 and look at the number of taxpayers, those farmers were taxpayers, right? Those industries that were grabbed, they were taxpayers. Right now, the government of Zimbabwe and its crooks, they don't pay tax anyway. I can give you an example of a company that I know, Great Dyke Investment. It has got an exemption of, I think right now, they are left with maybe 2 or 3 years, and they are not paying tax. All these companies, the Kubimbas, whatsoever, they are not paying tax. So the tax now is being only collected from you and me. How is it going to be? What will be the tax revenue? That's why these guys, they don't want to tell you reality to say we are running government deficits each and every time. So the economy is not growing. But what do? They play with records. Let me just end there. Thank you so much. And thank you, everyone.
Yeah, thank you so much, Champion. That was a long and detailed submission. Thank you so much. Let's go back to Dr. Mayembe, and we hear what he said. I think we can allow him to speak and we release him. Then we have we remain and have our conversation, maybe just a brothers round table, and we talk more on these issues on yeah. So over to you, Dr. Mahende.
Dr. Mayembe, as you come up, another question for you is you also try to pick on what all the others have been saying. Do you think ZANU-PF is worried about what is going on in South Africa, the loss of ANC's majority, and also looking at what is going on in Zimbabwe, that SADC is about to give the chairmanship of SADC to Emerson Mnangagwa. Can Zimbabweans leverage on what is going on in South Africa? Tingakwanise here kumbovesera moto patsoka dzeZANU-PF. We have the mother of all demonstrations in Zimbabwe, probably in South Africa, and maybe also SADC headquarters in Botswana, just to test the water, just to see how the new South African government will react to that. Is it an option for Zimbabweans? Because I mean, especially with regards to what is about to happen in Zimbabwe, I don't think as Zimbabweans we should just be, we should remain quiet when Emerson Mnangagwa, a contested president who did not win any election, is now being made a chairman of SADC, and we just let it happen under our watch. Your thoughts on that?
Thank you, Mambo, and I really want to appreciate the speakers who have come before. I think they really brought some very interesting dimensions to the discussions. So I'll go back to some of the issues which they said, but let me start with your question, Mambo Sose, on the whether ZANU-PF is worried, and if they are worried, what could be the issue, and then I'll also touch on the issue of SADC, in my view. So if when your friend, the one who used to defend you, especially maybe I'm talking about kauri kumafuroko yako ya kuti wakurobwa nevamwe, and then kana wakuda kurobwa, your friend will come in. In other words, when there's a fight, somebody, I'm just also trying to accommodate those who might not understand Shona. When there's a fight and you are almost on your ropes, and then your friend will always defend you, and then that friend is in trouble, naturally you get worried, naturally, because you become exposed. So definitely the fact that Ramaphosa is on the ropes is a worry. If Ramaphosa is removed, because I was just reading some comments now that MK Zuma is saying we should not announce the results until I'm happy. I know he's not really focused on the electoral management body, because he's daring Ramaphosa himself, because I think he wants to take the fight back to Ramaphosa. So yes, if Zuma gets his way, Zuma would actually want to have ANC without Ramaphosa. So who will become the president if Zuma got his way? I don't know. Maybe Mashatile, but does Mashatile has a relationship with the ZANU-PF? Maybe they might not have invested their money in Mashatile because they thought Ramaphosa would be there. Now we want to make new relationships, so they are worried. Definitely, they are worried. And then on the issue of SADC, there are two dimensions which I really want to address there. The first one is that us as Zimbabweans, in as much as we put our trust in SADC, we should also put our trust in ourselves. So let me start from the perspective of what SADC has done. For the first time in the history of Zimbabwean election, SADC was clear that the election done in Zimbabwe, they were not in line with our own constitution, they were not in line with our own electoral act, and they were not in line with the SADC guidelines. Now, as a referee, and we need to be really clear here, as a referee, they go as far as mentioning the issues and then recommend. But us as the owners of the nation, us as the people who are affected, we have to then say, what does this mean to us? What it means is that we have a government in Zimbabwe currently which has been pronounced by all the accredited observers as have come in through a way which is not in line with our constitution, through a way which is not in line with our electoral acts, and through a way which is not in line with certain guidelines. But SADC cannot then say, please remove this guy. They can't, because they don't have those kind of powers. But what they have done is they've given us ourselves. And I think for me, that's the way I look at it. They've given us a penalty. And we can choose to rovera bhora pabango or kwidza mudenga or to score. It's up to us. But we have a government which has been pronounced, because remember, the courts don't have the power to say the election was free, fair, and credible if the case was not before them. So the previous election, no one, not even the courts, not even the electoral observers, not even one credible election observer nor the judiciary pronounced that election is free, fair, and credible. So what does that mean? We have a government which came in through an illegitimate means. What do? I think it's up to us. All right? And then can we do something? Yes, I think we need. We need. In as much as we wait for SADC, let me put it this way. Who is SADC anyway? SADC is Ramaphosa. SADC is Hichilema. SADC is any other head of state. They also have their own fights. Like right now, Ramaphosa is also trying to save his skin. So because of that, they also tend to focus on their internal issues, sometimes at the detriment of us as Zimbabwe. But if we make noise continuously, even listen. So it's up to us to continue to make noise, not just to say we are waiting for SADC, but we also have to meet them halfway. That's my take. I don't know whether I can pause now or I can go back to South Africa.
Thank you, Dr. Mayembe. I think you can go on in terms of South Africa.
Hello, Mambo. Can I pause now or could I go back to South Africa?
Yeah, Dr. Ranga was speaking and you were saying you can go on to talk about South Africa. We know you have been here too long. You want to go, so
yes.
Please do go ahead and speak about South Africa, and then we'll take the last round of questions and comments, and we'll give you a chance to do your closing remarks.
Okay, thank you. So I've just shared one chart, which is, I think the majority of people who have been following South African elections, you know that chart, though I just made some bit of additions to it. So in that particular chart, I shared it. It's part of the comments. I'm trying to show the history of South Africa, and I like Champion has already alluded to that effect, but I just put those issues together. So in that chart, I showed the history of ANC electoral victories versus economic growth which economic growth in this case is just trying to measure the performance of the ANC vis-a-vis the economy. What is clear there is that obviously when they took over in 1994, they got 63%. There was a slight dip in terms of economic growth. Obviously, you think they were trying to adjust coming in as a new government and so forth. But the glorious years of ANC were under President Mbeki. They were glorious in two aspects. And for me, I really want to highlight this. They were glorious in two aspects. Mbeki was able to win, to grow the support base of ANC from the 1994, which is 63%, to 66% in 1999, and then to the highest ANC has ever got, 70% in 2004. Why was that possible? The figures in the economy also suggest that during that period, Mbeki was able to grow the South African economy. Yes, like I indicated, there were some challenges to do with the growth. There was not too much. Some were saying the growth is not fast enough to be able to have a dent on what. But if you want to look at the ANC, you say ANC was the strongest when the economy was strong. And I really want to emphasize this point because what we are going to see as I continue with that diagram is that as long as the economy is not doing well, the ruling party would be in trouble. So it's always, like I indicated in my previous picture, we always want the cow to be able to be healthy, the cow to be able to do the farming, the cow to be able to produce milk. So one of the key issues about that cow is that cow should be fed and that cow should be able to produce. And if we come back to the economy, it's always about the economy, stupid. And we can see it. Now, when President Zuma came in, he helped in destroying ANC. The economy began to slow down under his watch. And what did he do? We also saw it in terms of electoral victory. From 66, he went to 62%. And obviously, part of the 2018 election was also coming from him when the economy was now in the junk status. And then 2019, the support fell to 58%. Issues to do with the state capture and so forth. Now, obviously, COVID came in 2020, but what we can see is that as long as the economy was decreasing, the support of the ruling party was decreasing. Now, the question is, what should the ANC do? They have to focus on the economy. So when they have to choose partners, I remember I mentioned this, that sometimes some of these things might be good for South Africa, but they might not be good for Zimbabwe. But what is good for South Africa today, what is good for South Africa as they do their own coalition discussions, is to do something which will reverse the economic downturn. Anything else which does not reverse the economic downturn will lead to Zimbabwe, will lead to South Africa becoming one of those African countries where we are still going to fight over, do we nationalize, do we take all the banks, do we take all the land, and so forth. Those, like what other scholars have said, those radical economic transformation which we don't even know where they are coming from. Is because people would have failed to turn around the economy. So what is my take on this? It is important that we should not just radicalize everything. If they take anyone, be it from MK or from AFF, they should balance by taking somebody from DA as well. Why? Because the economy has to grow. If the economy doesn't grow, it will affect Zimbabwe even more. Because a sick South Africa is actually going to cause even more pain to Zimbabwe. Because right now, all the people who are working in South Africa, they support Zimbabwe. So a sick South Africa is going to make SADC sick. A sick South Africa is going to make South Africa worse off. So in as much as maybe we might not be in agreeing into one or two things, but one of the things we need to agree is that it's better for South Africa not to fall. It's better for South Africa to pick up. It's better for South Africa for its economy to grow. Why? Because we might even have our own market in South Africa. We might even have some of the companies we can start from South Africa. But if South Africa collapses, Southern Africa is doomed. I want to end here, and maybe I'll do some closure later. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Mayembe. Yeah, you can go ahead, Dr.
Oh, thank you, my brother at Change Radio. Dr. Mahembe, thank you so much. I think that the last thing that you mentioned is very critical. I mean, South Africa love it, hate it. I mean, they are the big brothers of the region. And some people characterize them as the distribution center, like a Walmart for, a big supermarket for Southern Africa. So I think we are very much on point in terms of we want South Africa to be successful.
Is there somebody speaking? I can't hear.
Oh, maybe you can hear me, Dr. Mahembe. Can you hear me, my brother, Change Radio?
Yeah, I can hear you, but I think Dr. Mayembe can't hear you.
Okay. So I'm not sure. I think there was some connection issues. Well, anyway, I was just gonna say let's hear from the others who want to comment on Dr. Mahembe or questions to him, so that direct questions, so that he can, we can release him. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Ranga. So we have Grootman and Anodiwa, and yeah, if these two can say maybe their contributions in brief, then we can ask Dr. Mayembe some questions. After that, maybe we'll be able to listen. Njawula, I see you are raising your hand, but Grootman has been raising their hand. Did Njawula submit? I don't remember. Njawula,
No,
did you
didn't.
submit?
No.
Sorry, Grootman. So let's have Njawulo first, then Grootman, then Anodiwa. Thanks.
Oh, okay. No, thank you. Good evening to everyone. It's quite a lovely space and a lovely knowledge on events, and it's also a great to be in this space. I'll start with the ZiG. I know a lot of people, when we look at the currency, like what the Zimbabwean government has been saying to us, the ZiG is backed by by gold and stuff like that. I'll tell you one of the principles of currency, especially in this modern day age. The principle of currency is not only backing your currency on gold or backing your currency on what. The primary principle now that we live in, it's backing your currency on laws and on policies that you make as a country. I think it's the biggest backer of any currency, because when you look at majority of our currencies that are there in the world, they are not backed by anything. They are just backed by the production. Primarily they are backed by policies at the end of the day. So it comes back to the Zimbabwean issue. This is why Zimbabwe is not doing so well as a country, because we have turned our country into a banana republic, that we don't even respect our own laws that we have set for ourselves. That constitution that we have in Zimbabwe, it was written by us, and the policies were written by us and the lawmakers. You find at the end of the day, people don't follow the laws that they've even written for themselves. So it's a challenge for us to look at ZiG and say, you know what, it's going to work. And also remember also the issue of the ZiG. It's being affected by that we have a government that does not even want to use the ZiG in the first place. So you have challenges that the government does not even have confidence in its own product as a country. So we have bigger challenges in Zimbabwe when we speak of the ZiG and stuff like that, and also looking at it to say, are we going to continue to use it, or is it going to grow? Is it going to are people going to gain confidence? I don't think people are going to gain confidence unless and until maybe we have a change of government, unless and until we get people that are going to be what we call sticklers of the law, people that are going to follow the law to the letter and try and implement the policies that they've set out to do as the government. So on the ZiG, it's a matter of policy as a country. It's a matter of the government more than a matter of the money. You change the government, I think you're going to give strength to any currency. Even if you are going to use a newspaper, people will have more confidence on that newspaper if you have a strong government at the end of the day. So this is my take on the ZiG. But also coming to the South African issue, the elections. You know, one of the things that have really touched me and saddened me by these elections was the turnout. I felt so much so that the turnout was very low. And I know a lot of people have not really commented on the turnout, but South Africa is the lowest turnout, of which I did not anticipate. Remember, you have 12 million people that did not go out to vote in South Africa. 12 million people. Remember, you had 27 million registered voters. Only 58.6% cast votes. Their votes went out to vote. Then, which is equivalent to 15 million or so out of 27 million. So you have 12 million South Africans. At least if they could have pushed and encouraged, especially a lot of young people, to go out and participate and vote, to at least to around 80 or somewhere there percent, maybe even up to 20 million people could have gone out to vote, to give also, you know, the Lokuzen, especially what I've just realized is right now there are a lot of things that are hanging in South Africa in terms of having coalition, because the ANC still holds the majority, so it can negotiate with some of these political parties. Like EFF was handing itself over to say, no, we are willing to have that discussion. But what I feel so much so, in order to restore the dignity of South Africa and get a very vibrant political economy and get vibrant leaders that want to prove a point, you did not want to have ANC in the mix of any government. You just wanted to get the other opposition political parties besides the DA. Maybe if you could have gotten the smaller parties coming in. What is the advantage of getting the smaller parties coming into South Africa? Number one, they have a point to prove. They want to prove that they are better than ANC. They want to prove that they can do better in terms of reconstructing and rebuilding South Africa. I'll give you an example. When you follow the guy like Gayton Mackenzie, you follow him. He was a mayor in Central Karoo. The guy did well. Remember, when you follow the guy like Herman Mashaba, when he was the mayor of Joburg, everyone applauded Mashaba to say you did well. And when you follow Action SA in terms of their policies in their local government, you'll find that wherever they are asking for accountability. They are asking, they want to be visible to the people, and they want people to recognize the efforts that they are putting towards the building South Africa. So it becomes, to me, I felt that these smaller political parties could have garnered even more votes for themselves if majority of South Africans went out to vote, and they could have formed a coalition which is based on some smaller parties. And it was going to be interesting, because when you have these smaller parties, there is more accountability, and there are no gatekeepers, as to say, because right now I see a danger. South Africans in 2018, they were singing Zuma must go, Zuma is corrupt, Zuma is written in the state capture. And today, the very same people that were singing the song that Zuma must go are the very same people that are singing Zuma should come back. So it's a bit of a dilemma to say what has changed about Jacob Zuma for them to want him back, so much so that right now, as we are speaking, the situation is volatile. Anything can happen at the end of the day, because Zuma is just declared to say you can't announce, you can't do this if you don't attend to my issues. So right now he is holding the whole country at ransom. And at the end of the day, the question is Zuma real the leader that South Africa needs? Because right now, currently, South Africa is suffering from unemployment. It needs a strategic leader. It needs someone who will come up and rebuild and unite South Africans, because the voting has defragmented, it has separated South African, and we have seen the issue of trying to form these coalition governments. Look at Joburg. We had challenges with the Joburg municipalities for the longest. That I think it changed the mayors more than 6 times within 2 years. They will vote in, the coalition will collapse, they will vote in another one, it will do that. You come to Ekurhuleni, it was almost a similar story. Right now, they recently went in and elected, and already Malema was threatening during that, say, no, we are going back, we are going after him and stuff like that. So it's a bit, we needed a leader or politicians that will be humble, politicians that will say, no, let's work together for the betterment of South Africa. And I didn't think Jacob Zuma and his political party were ideal to even lead, because they seem to not care about the response and about the damage that they will cause to the South African economy. When you go back to the what we call the July unrest, this is where we had challenges, where a lot of people lost their jobs, a lot of businesses were destroyed because people were protesting on behalf of Jacob Zuma. They went in, smashed stores, and did what. And you'll find when he came out, there was no remorse to say, we are sorry about what we did. People shouldn't adhere to or follow violence or do 1, 2, 3, because a lot of small businesses were destroyed in that event. So I feel South Africa is heading towards a very big locus, and they need to make serious decisions, and they need to be sober minded, not to be power hungry, but to be sober minded when they are approaching the coalition government, especially this year, because a lot of things are hanging. You have unemployment issues, you have issues to do with capacitation, you have a big debt. South Africa is one of I think, the biggest debt in Africa that they owe. Remember, even during lockdown, South Africa was borrowing a lot of money from the international community, trying to cushion people during that time of the lockdown. And you had a lot of money which was borrowed by the South African. And right now, the rand is losing its power on a constant basis since Ramaphosa took over. So there are a lot of things that are just in the hand that need serious leaders, people that are sober-minded, people that don't have big egos. And I will say this, if I were to recommend, I'll end by saying, if I were to recommend maybe a proper government of a coalition government, for me, it will be you taking ANC and EFF, and then you take someone like Musi Maimane, you make him to be the head of the government, and you allow these two guys to join hands at the end of, because I strongly believe if you have a leader who's sober like Musi Maimane, he can direct South Africa to the direction that it needs to take, because currently it needs someone who's not going to be politicizing everything like what the other leaders are doing. If they feel people unemployed, it's the foreigners. If they feel this is not happening, they will go to the extreme left. No one wants to really address the issue of why South Africans are unemployed, why the post office is losing Lokuzen. When you find the post office is closing, yet the post office is the biggest courier service in South Africa, but it is closing when other courier services in South Africa are growing on a daily basis. Why SAA is not working, and they come back and say, no, it's the foreigners. You see, so we need sober leaders that are going to go through, analyze things, put line upon line, and then redirect South Africa and capacitate it, because South Africa has a lot of natural resources that it should be starting to work for South African, but unfortunately it is not working for South Africans. And remember, one of the disadvantages that South Africans have never really looked deep into is that South Africa is losing a lot of capital through companies closing, number one, and number two, you have very wealthy people that are holding their capital. And right now, when you go in, you have billionaires. South Africa is the richest people in the whole of Africa. I think billionaires, it accounts for more than 27 billionaires in South Africa compared to the rest of Africa. So when you look at South Africa, it is so much capital, but people are holding their capital. They don't want to reinvest the capital because they have lost confidence in the South African economy, and they feel they are just going to lose by reinvesting it. You have a lot of the rupees, you have rich people in South Africa, but they don't want to reinvest that capital back into the economy. And anyway, let me land it here. Thank you so much, Change Radio, for a lovely space.
Thank you so much. Over to you, Goodman. In brief.
Okay, thank you. I'm not sure if I'm audible because I'm passing some terrains here. But anyways, I'm not sure where the previous speaker guessed that my man is a level-headed person. But anyway, let me just start with Eddie. Eddie, I think let me just rebut a bit what you said. You got creative and you said an analogy that ZANU PF in South Africa.
Grootman, please just give your opinion. If you have anything with the panels, please, you can only ask them questions. But for now, just give your opinion regarding the two topics we are talking about.
Okay, that's where I was going. If you captured correctly, Eddie, you realize that this is not the first time concerning the relationship of between Zimbabwe and South Africa. The question to you was, is ZANU-PF worried? And I would like to say, there isn't much. If there's worry, but there isn't much to worry about, because this is not the first time that ZANU-PF will be dealing with. Fine, we cannot characterize the new government which is going to come as hostile and towards Zimbabwe. We don't know that yet. You may want to know that ZANU-PF was leading Zimbabwe for 14 years against a hostile South Africa, which was hostile by policy or even physically through the military. And South Africa only came in, the ANC government only came in 1994. So I'm not sure if ZANU-PF, that there's a new type of ANC running South Africa will be something that they will be worried about, because they have seen the west of South Africa. Then on the other issue, the other question to you was, if SADC, then you reply that SADC is Ramaphosa, SADC is Mnangagwa. That's not true correctly. SADC is the member states. Presidents, they come and go. So Mnangagwa being the head now, it's not by merit or anything. It's just by rotation. They give each other chances. Whether there's something wrong going in Zimbabwe or what, there's no merit to it. It just, they take turns. So if you entertain that we cannot have Zimbabwe to host because of what, there are no reasons to host. By being a member, by taking turns, that's the only reason. And I think this issue was responded to. Then concerning the South African election, you see, I don't know why people are aggrieved by what Jacob Zuma is saying, because the IEC just recently acknowledged that the recount will not affect the outcome of the election, which was even premature for me for the head to say that. But it was by conceding that there's going to be a recount there, they've exonerated what Zuma is saying. You see, so being Zuma is simply saying that he has issues with the outcome, and it's not wrong to have issues with the outcome. And he's saying that please stop announcing results. Take note of this A, B, C, D, and D. And the IEC have acknowledged that, and they've actually announced that I think it's about 20 in Gauteng, one somewhere, which is in line. So to say Zuma is not fit, or what he's doing is working against the country, I don't understand, because it speaks exactly to why people have elections. They want to determine who rules. So if the process is flawed, or one is having an issue with the process, it actually speaks against what you are trying to achieve after every 5 years. So I think maybe people now have this tendency of maybe prejudice against him or anybody. Because if you also check, all the political parties signed documents saying that they are not happy with the election results. It's only Zuma who took it to the media, maybe for now, maybe because he was the head of state. Now they're saying that he has some other shenanigans, or he has got a bolt in his stockings which he wants to throw inside the engine or what. But as of now, I think considering the importance of this election, considering the background that building up to the election, a lot was said. Okay, fine. Let me just also highlight this. Why this is very important. Helen Zille takes to the podium. Well, she enjoys much airplay. Then she says, we need to stop this doomsday coalition between the ANC, the MK, and the EFF. Right? As who? About 60%, I'm not sure the numbers, about 60%, if not 70%, people voted for these three parties. So what is she saying then? Prior to the election, the DA, which is the only party, if I'm not mistaken, I have to be corrected there, which is not citing any irregularities with this election. If anything, I'm also suspecting that the DA, this is now my conspiracy, which you can check or not, that South Africa, through the DA, is a victim of an intelligent invasion, which was being spearheaded by the DA in such a manner that the DA realized, and it knows that it will never get the majority of the election. So so it now used that strategy to disrupt the votes in such a way that they rig this, maybe the ANC, they give a discrepancy to the EFF, they take from the EFF, they give to the MK, they take from the MK, they give to all the small parties, so that they can fight amongst themselves. So that the only possible alternative left for a coalition is to be the DA itself. You see, so it's just a conspiracy, but it can never be substantiated. But I'm just saying this, that at least for now, when there are such issues, I think, and they are being raised, I think it's fair, and we need to applaud South Africa for that. In Zimbabwe and other places, we just start seeing fires everywhere, stoning of people, all over. So at least they are being stable, they're raising the issues to the correct people. We also, at least now the results, and it's good that the results have not been proclaimed now, and the issues are being raised. Unlike in Zimbabwe, where then now the results are being counted automatically, there's a result. Now you see, there's no order. I think we need to applaud the South Africans. At the same time, we also need to applaud the players there, that they are at least holding themselves to with the regard needed for national progress, stability, and security. So I think all the parties, Jacob Zuma included, so far they are doing well. They are really doing well. That's what I wanted to say. And the issue of my money being a level-headed person, no, man, no, let's not go there.
Yeah, thanks, man. Thanks so much for the submission. Yeah. Is there anyone who has not submitted so far? No. Right. So
Yes,
we
it's
can
me.
go back to.
Yes, it's
Oh,
me.
Anodiwa. Very sorry. Yeah,
Yes.
please. In brief, quick.
Yeah,
In
no,
brief.
thank you,
Yes.
host. I will not waste time. I'll just go straight to the point and talking to the topic. Right. The issue of ZiG should never be dependent on South Africa, because there is no amount of reserve that's in South Africa which supports the ZiG. Number one. Number two, South Africa has been enjoying indirectly from the exports that Zimbabwe could have been doing directly to the world. And it has been going to South Africa naturally because of the sanctions that were in place. And I want to think that it was a compelling need for ZANU-PF to have such a partner. But with the sanctions having been lifted in terms of commerce and trade, I want to think that the intelligence of ZANU-PF should now direct them to the correct markets. Its embassies should start working hard towards exporting platinum, having added value to the correct beneficiaries in the international markets, other than sending it raw to South Africa. And then, secondly, looking at South Africa, look, ZANU-PF, can I request the professionals of Zimbabwe to desist from xenophobia, because it blinds them in objectivity and looking at matters as they are. We speak in this space as though there was no election in Zimbabwe, yet we had an election, yes, not credible by observers, but it was not contested by political participants in the country. So I would like to
Anodiwa, after you let's give the doctor a chance to speak, then we'll hear whatever he has said. The Citizen Coalition for Change, for example, did not sign the elections, did not agree the election, they did not sign the election. So you can
but they didn't
later.
contest.
For now, okay, it's fine. Let's go to the Dr. Mahembe. Maybe he wants to go to rest. Then after that, we can remain here and maybe say whatever I want to say. If you have a question to Dr. Mahembe now, you can raise your hand. Then we'll give you a mic and you ask him a question. I think maybe this is the last or second last of his submissions. Then after that, he will go. Then we can remain and maybe we have a discussion on our own. Thanks. Over to you, Mrosmana.
Thank you very much, Change Radio. I wanted to hear what the good doctor can share with us pertaining, the ZiG issue, that the government is arresting people, and we see the president of that government dishing out American dollars from the stage of their rallies, what he can, kind of enlighten us from what he thinks. Then also the issue of, I was reading an article this week about, actually, I think it was Mutuli kind of sounding, we might be getting some money finally soon to pay the white farmers. And this point is in relation with the way Western Cape in South Africa is managed by the white people and how we are failing in our own, and the assurance kind of in terms of what the good doctor can highlight for us to understand. You know, if say I had Maura, and I'm sure it was also, was it, I think it was Maura and maybe Champion mentioning the goodness of capitalism. You know, we see whether in America and these other countries practicing capitalism, when small business, medium businesses are given the platform, or platforms are created for them to boom, and they pay the taxes, you know, whatever social securities or the senior citizens are getting from the government, and the creation of employment, balancing of such, you know, giving us to understand what he can say from there. I think I will really appreciate. Thank you.
Yeah, over to you, Dr. Mayembe. It seems like there's no one else who has a question. Over to you, Dr. Mayembe.
Yes, thank you. So this could be my last submission. So I'll try to answer and then even summarize my thoughts, and then if you would allow me to log off as well. So yes, I'll start from the last questions on the issue of ZiG. We have already discussed, so I'll summarize some of the thoughts we have already shared on this platform. The ZiG on its own, having a structured currency, is especially after a country which is coming from an economic crisis, lack of confidence, in my view, is the best. But however, the signals coming from the government itself are bad. Why? Firstly, because they are not using the ZiG themselves. Like what you have rightly said, that even we see the president of the country is using is pictured using US dollar, and they don't want to accept ZiG. If somebody is given maybe a bail or in the courts, they don't seem to accept ZiG. What I've seen in the passport application, they don't seem to accept ZiG, and in the even duty, they don't seem to accept ZiG and other aspects. So that becomes like what Professor Mugano said. If you are the issuer and you are not using the ZiG or accepting the ZiG, we also tend to be suspicious. So I think that's it. Secondly, on the ZiG, if we have to use the police to enforce, it becomes like a command currency, in my view. People would use money if they think the money would not depreciate, if they think that the money will be able to be accepted in their next shop, if they think that the money will be accepted when they want to go and pay school fees, if they in their daily lives. So they don't need to be forced. Otherwise, that what makes this suspicious become to spiral out of control. Moral suasion, in my view, would be the best. Now, lastly, in this one, I combine Zimbabwe and South Africa. What saves economies anywhere in the world is when people look at an economy like a cow. A cow can only produce milk consistently if it's being fed. And what is to feed? To feed is to attend to the issues to do with the investments, to issues to do with pro-business policies, issues to do with creating industrialists, issues to do with creating millionaires. That's how to feed a cow. Issues to do with even a good education system. So that all these investments, the people who are in millionaires, people who are entrepreneurs, they will plow back into the economy and then the cake will grow. So what we seem to find, especially, it was borrowed from the Marxism, socialism, nationalism. What we see is people so much concentrated on consumerism, how to share the cake. If they talk about economic empowerment, the only issue about economic empowerment is about we want ownership of that company. It's about sharing in wealth. That does not grow the economy at all. It is not sustainable. What grows the economy is when we begin to create entrepreneurs, black industrialists, people who are already producing in our own economies. Not what we have seen, I think in ZANU-PF, we talk about empowerment, we say want to take 51%. That does not grow. It just split the cake. Or even BE is so much in South Africa now. It's so much concentrated on. We also want to nationalize. We also want to make sure that the blacks are involved and so forth. It's like we are saying blacks cannot create something. We need to be able to come to a point where we create black business people, black industrialists, black entrepreneurs. That way, we'll become proud of our own products. And in my view, and I'm concluding now to back to South Africa as we talk about coalitions. The point I want to make is it's good to have some distributive policies, because distributive policies help in terms of mitigating the impact of poverty, the impact of inequality, and so forth. But focus should be on growing the cake. So where possible, any coalition which or government, I don't think a coalition is enough. I think it should be a government of national unity, because South Africa allows it, where the president can appoint from different parties, obviously depending on what the ANC would say. But South Africa allows it, where a president can actually appoint ministers not from his own party, and without even signing papers of anything. You just agree on principle. So, in my view, it would be better for South Africa to enjoy the best of both worlds. Those who are champions in terms of capitalism, the DA in this case, pick two ministers from there. Those who are champions on the redistributive policies, like your EFF, maybe pick two or so ministers there, and then the rest becomes the ANC ministers, and then we're done. So for me, that's a more inclusive South Africa than to pick DA only. Because once you pick DA only, I think they will be accused of being going in bed. And I mean, we have to also take into consideration that we are talking of a liberation movement here, and we are talking of a party which is operating in Africa. If they go in bed with the DA only, definitely they are going to be accused of going to bed in white monopoly capital, and it's going to be a big issue. Now, if you go into bed with only EFF, obviously the equation won't balance anyway, because the EFF and they won't go above 50%. So, but if you go to bed with EFF only, you become anti-capital, which is also another aspect which EFF is advanced. So I think a balance. Take some competent people from EFF, take some competent people from Musi Maimane, for example. I think another speaker has spoken about it. If I was the president of Ramaphosa, I would put Musi Maimane as my Minister of Education. If I was given that, I think he's very passionate there, and he can create a good quality education system, which is good for the future of South Africa. And then pick some people from DA, and then we have a more inclusive government. So I'll end here, and please thank you so very much for giving me the opportunity to chat with you guys. And I really appreciated a lot of chat, but most importantly, I learned from others. So I think that's how we go. We speak, we listen, we speak, we listen, and we get better by listening to each other more, by just those who are sleeping, good night. For those who are still awake, have a blessed day. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much, Dr. Mahembe. I hope you can hear me now. Dr. Mahembe, can you hear me? He probably doesn't hear me. My brother changed radio. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I think you two doctors have issues.
Okay. So anyway, please thank him for on my behalf. I just wanted to say that for sure this has been a great program, and we have had a great time with what we perceive, or actually correctly say, as the best economists in Zimbabwe. My brother Champion, don't be hating out there. But we really had a great time, and we have learned a lot about ZiG. We have learned a lot about what's going on in South Africa. One thing I have taken away from all these conversations is that Zimbabwe, we, the citizens, are going to have to fix it. I think that we have been outsourcing these problems to SADC, to AU, to everyone else except ourselves. And unfortunately, no one is coming to help us. So this is our baby. We need to figure out how to have a working currency in our country. And these two great economists went over the meaning of ZiG, unpacking it, what it means, what the choices are, what is supposed to happen versus what's happening. So that's very good. And my brothers here, including my brother Mroshimada, Grootman, Anodiwa, and others who participated in today's discussion. We have had a very great time, and my brother Change Radio, you did God's work today, and I will continue to say that we want Zimbabwe to work for everyone, for those in ZANU-PF, for those in Triple C, for those independents, for those who are just Zimbabweans. My biggest qualification for participating in any Zimbabwean space or activity is that I'm a Zimbabwean citizen. That's my only qualification. And that's what should make all of us say, how can we work together, like Prof. Mugano mentioned? The politicking. At some point, we need to say, we have had enough of this. Not to say that we just let go. What we say is focus on what needs to change now. Yes, we need to change the government. If the government is not changing, what needs to change now until the government changes? I think that's one thing here that I'm hearing. And I'm hearing we're giving a lot of suggestions to how South Africans should approach forming a government, which is very exciting. I don't know where they will settle. It's up to what the ANC really is willing to do in terms of philosophy, like Prof. Mugano, and obviously my brother Mahembe here was hinting. So if you choose EFF, it means one thing. If you choose MK, it means one thing. If you choose DK, it means one thing. If you have a government of national unity, it means one thing. I think that in any government, the marker of success should be about performance, delivery. Our economy is not working. What do we need to fix it? Get people who can fix it. You may be the government, but if your economy is not performing, you're responsible for that. But anyway, we can go on and on about these issues. Bottom line is our country is not working, and we are learning a lot from South Africa, what they are doing very well, and we know what needs to happen with ZiG. You can't have a currency which the government of the day does not accept. That's just nonsense. But I am talking too much. My my chief social is here, so I'll let him say his remarks. Thank you. Chief Social.
Chief Sosa, are you there? I think he's not.
Is Dr. Mayembe gone? My network hiccuped a little bit. Doctor is
Yeah, Dr.
is he
Mayembe is
still
gone,
around?
Chief Sosi. Yeah, he's gone.
Okay, excellent. Okay, But of course, we all heard what Dr. Mayembe said earlier on when he was talking about SADC, because when we have these spaces, we always want to have some takeaways. And one of the biggest takeaways, of course, was what he said, that SADC came, they did their part, they gave us a report that we have never seen before, that we may never see before again in future elections. And it's a little bit naive of us to think that SADC is going to going to come and order fresh elections or hand us
Chief,
power on a silver plate.
Chief, before you go on, can I just say one very critical thing so you can continue your line of thought? Well,
okay.
What I wanted to say was, please consider donating to Change Radio. If you have enjoyed this space today, please consider donating to Change Radio. You can do it one time today on the coffee link there. You can do it monthly. You can do it as frequently as possible so that we keep having these great programs. Thank you, Chief.
Yes, yeah, thank you, Doc. Yeah, let's do that. It's our radio station. We fund our own struggle. We fund our own radio station. So if you can just become a subscriber, $2 something a month or $3 something a month, it will go a long way in making sure that we have a voice. We don't have anything except Change Radio and social media. Very soon we'll be needing this voice and maybe many other voices. So just do the little that you can. But anyway, going back to my line of thought, like Dr. Ranga said, we had talked to Dr. Mayembe about what we could do as Zimbabweans to leverage on the events in South Africa in line with the government of national unity, which means ANC will no longer be controlling government the way it used to do. It will also no longer have the express power to control regional countries, SADC, and many others. It will also no longer have the express authority to deal with the Zimbabwean government the way it has been dealing with in the past years. And during his response, that's when he reminded us that we can't expect much from SADC. SADC has already done its part. So tozokunzwai futi muchitaura kuti SADC iri kuuya, kune ma-elections ari kuitwa muna June, that junk that we have been fed by ZANU-PF manipulated media houses, ZANU-PF fake media houses that were all over the place in the past 4, 5, 6 months, telling people, writing fake articles, telling people that there are elections in June, there are elections in August. What did that do? What it did is it just put us in a relaxing mode as Zimbabweans. We just were thinking that, there's another election that is coming. Let's begin to prepare for that. And what did it also do to us as Zimbabweans, as activists, as people that are in a struggle? It took away the anger that we had, the anger that we could have used at that time to do something about our situation. It's a well-orchestrated plan by ZANU-PF where they play around with your minds. They arrange or rearrange the way of thinking of people using some of us. So let's not be manipulated the way we have been manipulated. It's there is something that we should just say, this is our responsibility. This is what we have to do as Zimbabweans. So another opportunity has been given. Another opportunity is there right now. SADC, which, by the way, said Zimbabwe did not have free, fair, credible elections. The same SADC is about to give the chairmanship of SADC to Emmerson Mnangagwa. It doesn't make sense. But it makes sense if Zimbabweans remain quiet the way we have been, but if we say as Zimbabweans, we are not happy with what you're doing, SADC. We are not happy with what you're doing, South Africa. How can someone who is illegitimate, whom you said did not win an election, how does he then become the chairperson of SADC? Isn't that a classic double standards? But SADC can only realize that, can only recognize that, not that they don't know, but we can remind them by coming up with something ourselves. Let's not just sit back and allow SADC to do what they want to do in Harare. They are building mansions right now. They are building villas right now. Millions of dollars are being channeled towards those villas that are, apparently are supposed to be used by SADC leaders when they come in. What happens after the SADC meeting comes and goes? The SADC meeting is 3 days. How do we allow a government to build multi-million-dollar villas so that they can accommodate some people, some foreigners that are coming from other countries using our resources, that they can stay in those multi-million-dollar villas for just 3 days, and we allow that to happen? What happens after they are gone? What happens after the SADC meeting is gone? We know what will happen. They will sell those villas to each other, at way, way below the market value of those villas. It has happened before. They've bought houses, they've bought cars, trucks that have been sold at a song. So that's exactly what is going to happen. So why don't we get angry and do something as Zimbabweans? We can start in South Africa, it can start in Botswana, it can obviously should culminate in a very big demo in Zimbabwe. We have seen solutions coming from these spaces that we speak, and some people end up acting. Some people will just speak, and then some people will pick it up and begin to run with it. That's the hope that we are having when we're speaking like this, that let's do something. SADC summit is coming. We can't just sit. Thank you, Dr. Ranga.
Okay. Dr. Ranga seems not to be here anymore. I think we'll go to champion. Then, if there are no more speakers, then we can uh, rotate on the speakers that are already there. After that, maybe we will decide to close. So over to you, champion. If you want to speak, don't just have to request the mic. We'll give you the mic, and we are still here. We can go for another hour or so on condition that we still have speakers. So, champion, I see we now have a new speaker and another request. Wow. Um, I just wanted to say that I am looking at the results now, the South Africa results now. ANC has 40.2%, and remember it's now the 99.89 counting. So ANC is 40.2%, and GA is 21.78, MK is 14.59. So if ANC was planning to do a coalition with EFF, they were not going to make it to even 51%, 50%. They were going to get something around 49 point something percent. So they need a third partner. Maybe they will choose the smaller parties. But even also the GA, MK, and EFF, they can't make it to 50%. It's around 45 something. So they will still need two more little parties. I don't know what's gonna happen there. All right, over to you, champion. We have champion and divide, and two more speakers who are coming up. So let's just give each other maybe 2 3 minutes. 2 3 minutes. We just say our submissions, on a rotational basis. After that, we decide. Thank you. Over to you, champion.
Oh, thank you so much. I know that at this point we are having a lot of issues that yes, of course, we do have got expectations that, okay, maybe South Africa is going to help us. Yeah, it is a good belief that it may help us, but I don't see that happens as quick as, because right now South Africa has got its own issues. So, but I think this is the time that we have as well to try to, if we want to mount a demo, this is the time. Why I'm saying so, because there are certain problems that people may know. Right now in South Africa, there is no certainty of what's going to happen and what's not going to happen. I will tell you that, remember, Zuma already said, please don't announce elections results. But I know that tomorrow elections results are going to be announced, because there are some who are going to say to themselves, no, let's not worry about him. Let's not worry about Zuma, this and that. Let's continue with what we are doing. And some will be saying Zuma is retrogressive for the fact that he wants to hold some people at ransom. No, the issue is he may have got some issues that he wants to be known, and also to raise some of the issues and see how he can go. So I think there is a need for him to be entertained a bit and see how it goes. But at the same time, as Zimbabweans, I think we should have yet the plan of what do we do, because you may have got an opportunity. Why I'm saying the opportunity? If tomorrow is going to be something that is going to be considered, we may have got other issues that may emerge tomorrow that may even also affect you. I know that, yes, of course, we want South Africa to work and work very well. Why? Because that's where some of our people are working. That's also where our goods are coming from. I know that to those who may think, okay, South Africa is not important to us, but remember, the major trading partner that Zimbabwe has got is South Africa. All right? So that is something that people have to look at and say, okay, since this is what is the what is important at this point, a better South Africa is better for Zimbabwe too, because of certainty. But I don't predict what may happen, but there is something that may happen. Just be vigilant and see how can you get it done, or how can you make yourself better. But there is something that may happen, so people have to be just alert of what can happen in maybe starting from tomorrow going forward. And also, I know that we may think, oh no, things may go the way how we like, because at this point as well, ANC has lost, so their loss is also still gripping them. So it now depends on how do they handle themselves out of power. If they handle themselves out of power recklessly, we may have a civil war as we are talking right now. So you have to be prepared. And I don't want to rule that out. Why? Because you never know how someone reacts, and there is no manual of which you and me can react, or any other person can react. A person can react in any way that he thinks is better for him. So it is also very, very important for everyone who knows his friend, whatsoever, to say, oh, Baba, be ready for anything, because you may not know what may happen, and it can happen. And what are you going to do? So be prepared for anything that may happen as far as things are concerned. So that's what I can say. I remember myself, I don't want to discuss anything that has to do with this. I don't want to waste time for the sake that there is no currency called ZiG. Anyone who believes in ZiG, let him believe in it, and we will talk when that belief is faded. That, I think that is the time that we can talk to say, you know, there is no currency called ZiG. There is nothing that is breaking anything there. For the reason being that if there was anything that was breaking, what is the why are you arresting people if you are breaking if something is baked, right? Imagine myself, I know that I have got something that is breaking me. I must have confidence on my own, and that confidence must not be enforced by someone else. So that's why I don't want to discuss it, because it's a useless matter. Remember, in 2016, you were even told that, oh, we have got bond here that is backed by that 200 million loan. What happened to that loan? What happened to that bond? Not so, or that RTGS. We don't want to discuss issues that have no, that does not even meet any economic criteria to be discussed. And those issues shall not be discussed anyway. I don't know, maybe people may feel that we need to discuss issues like that, but according to me, don't discuss an issue that has nothing. Because right now, if ZiG was a serious currency, why can't you print it out? They are telling you, oh no, we are not going to print because we are scared of inflation. What is that? Really? So it means these guys, they just wanted to go that route without any plan. Because you must have a plan. You must have also reasons. You should have done feasibility study. But did they do it? Do they have it? The answer is no. They just wake up tomorrow starting to tell you that, oh, there's now something called ZiG. Oh, it's backed by whatsoever. That's nonsense that I think every Zimbabwean should not discuss, but should just move on and say, you know what, I don't want to hear that nonsense anymore because it doesn't work. We had bearer checks, we had bond note, we had RTGS, we had whatsoever, any kind of it. You have experimented and you are done. If you are still believing in ZiG right now, it means you may be a nice fool. Not a dull fool, but a nice fool. For the reason being that it doesn't help anything. Because it's not a currency. A currency should be used. A currency you should not be arrested for using a certain currency. Do you think we do have got people who can even exchange US dollars whatsoever, but we haven't seen them being arrested in other economies. So why do you have to arrest someone? For what? I think as well the abuse of institutions should not be allowed, for the fact that we all know that institution must work for us, not to work for a certain group of people. So that issue should be not allowed to happen. And we as Zimbabweans, we should come to a point where we just draw a line and say, no, as far as this line is there, you don't have to cross this. And if you cross, then it means you are not part of us and we have to deal with you. I think that should be done and that should be even allowed to. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, champion. Thank you so much for that. Over to you, Divine Martha.
Thank you.
Sorry, Mrojmada, I see you have your hand up. Please just allow Divine Martha to just submit, and I'll come to you. Sorry.
Thank you. I kind of came up in the middle, but I think I could make head or tail the common sense about the topic, discussing the ZiG and the South African election. It's amazing to see the powers of ANC dissipating among all the other multi-party systems that have been generated by the lack of coherency within the party itself. I'm sure you could see ZANU-PF disintegrate to that if they assume to remain as a one-party state, in my view, which had already started to happen. Of course, they fought hard against any other appendage that is not within ZANU-PF itself. I, for one, having lived in America,
I would obviously be open to see what the DA has in the constitution as matter of what is their land reform policy. What do they say about that? That's important to Black South Africa. If they can address that and have a common goal with EFF, then that would be great to unite on very serious common goals. If the identification that ANC has become apathetic to people's needs, and it must completely be denied the ability to have power in South Africa. Therefore, you could see even MK coming together with DA, MK, and EFF. I don't see why not. That should add another small part to give that 51+%, and there will be no need to have any negotiation in that direction. So I think that should be done and explored. There is a very strong belief in South Africa. When I was listening to one of the spaces, there is a settler who moved to South Africa, had kids. Yes, they get citizenship, they are considered settlers. So they must pick the last born in the plate. You know, when we grow up, I'm the firstborn, I have to pick the first piece of meat and goes on. They must they must know their place, that yes, they are settlers. They are citizens, but they are not citizens. They have a little bit of a half a cup. In a civilized world, if you're born there, you are a citizen, it becomes hard. I understand where it's coming from because I grew up in that struggle where I believed everyone is a settler. I still have that wanting to believe that philosophy, but it becomes very difficult in terms of accessing international funds when others understand that is the logic and modus operandi that you are applying. So what happens? I think then to look at really what is the DA offering that is going to help Black South Africa. What is their plan to empower Black Africans? In any case, I mean, they should have to be willing to state those facts. I haven't looked at their entire manifesto, but that is one of the questions. Hopefully anyone is here to answer that. Lastly, the question of the ZiG. Any country and every country, regardless of its boundary, must have a currency that they call theirs. If you don't have that, it becomes very, very hard to transfer energy, to transfer work, to make people operate their businesses without their own currency. It's very, very hard. You become an appendage of another country, an extension of the United States of America. So if you hate colonialism, you're already colonized. You're using their currency, using everybody's currency. So you don't want to hear anyone to discuss that. This hatred for ZANU, which we all hate, but should not blind our economic advancement. We need to think about what is good for my father and my parents. The currency has nothing to do with ZANU. The currency, if ZANU is not using the currency of some people in ZANU, they're the problem. We should point that out. But the currency is a national thing. We must build this currency, all of us, and make sure it works for our people and us. Yes, the Reserve Bank does not belong to ZANU PF. So, this difficulty to reconcile these two things, these two apparatus, the government and the effectiveness of who is in charge and their power, which is very evil in every sense. But in what we have to do is to make sure what can we do to economically develop our economy, regardless of who is in power politically. We have to still eat. We have to still go to work. My dad grew up. I grew up with see my father working in government as a teacher. That's a government worker. That's a civil servant. So it becomes harder to separate that he needs that pay as a father, and I'm sure there are many people still teaching out there, and unless there are many private schools that are being established by the system, by very rich people establishing schools here and there, but they still need to get that government supplementation of the salary. It has to happen. So no matter how much we might not want ZiG, it is the best foot forward so far in terms of creating currency. And it must be noted that ZANU didn't create the idea on their own. I think a lot of people have been contributing to the idea of trying to back the currency with gold. But what I think would have made it better to make people believe that it works is to back it with the in-ground assets, to finalize that deal where you can lock a certain collateralized value in the in-ground that anyone can count and fence it up, know that there are assets there, don't touch them. You know, many countries wouldn't be able to do that because they don't have in-ground assets like England. We do. So to give that believable value that will never be touched and then tied up to a collateralized balance sheet, it's an advancement. Apparently, we're the first in the world again to lead the idea of gold-backed currency. You know, it wasn't there. It was there until 1970, and it's back. It's not easy, but we must be seen to not seen, but to actively try to make sure that it works. If they're doing it sloppy, we push them to make sure that they are accountable. And it's not easy because we're dealing with a criminal regime. So we gotta make sure, even with criminals, even if you don't want, they will shut down water and the whole city will have no water supply. Look at what the Israeli government is doing in Gaza. They don't even want the Gazans to have food. So we have to sit down with criminals at the table, sit down with Benjamin Netanyahu, these evil Jews, and say, you need to get food and let these people have food across the table. You need to let us pass and give food to the Gazans. You have to somehow sit with the criminal. It's hard, but if you don't, you starve. Because one, you have to stay alive. So I for one, I've been living in America 30 years. So I think my advice here should be valued. I know everybody will probably be so ready to fight back. I couldn't care less about too much politics, but practicality, what will help Zimbabwe succeed forward. You know, that is all. Thank you. I think I gave you more than 5 minutes here. God bless. Any questions? I'm here. Much love.
Yeah, thank you so much for that lengthy and detailed submission. I did not understand when you say ZiG has to work and because people what I didn't understand that. Maybe I'll ask you a question later. Let
Yeah,
me
can I
write it
come
down.
in
We have
first?
yes. I don't do just 1 minute. I see Rosmada has his hand up. Then after that, Anodua will come in. But Anodua, when you come in, please.
Oh, is
Let's try to
someone
be
presenting?
a bit
Maybe
beautiful.
I may be out of square. Then I drop and come back.
Rosmada, can you hear me? Can anyone hear me here?
I hear you. I don't know kuti murozo wacho ari kukunzwa here. Let me just take this opportunity and say to brother Divine there, hazvibatsiri kuti usapote mari inoshandiswa kubira mai vako mari. That route, even if you are going to have a 7 F-35 from America to try to deal with that issue, leave it there. The only way to deal with a criminal is to make sure that he doesn't scam you along the process. That's it. The rest of what you're trying to do to say, no, we want it to work, this and that, you are printing money using US dollar. You are hiring someone who is going to print money, color it, right? Right? That special paper that they are printing using, it's bought in US dollar. The color is bought in US dollar, right? The finalizing of it, pushing it out to be finished a paper, the worker is paid in US dollar. Then after, right? After that, what do? You produce a currency that does not even buy a tissue. Let's be reasonable, my brother, right? We don't want to talk about credentials. Oh, this one is an economist, this one is a what. No. Let's be sensible, reasonable, and allow our people not to be scammed. If you are of the idea of scamming your parents because they are too old to have money, then it's your issue. I will not be part of those people who are scamming their parents because they think they are too old to hold wealthy. Then I am out of it. I will say this to every Zimbabwean, guys, when it comes to the issue of discussing national importance. Myself, I don't have time to lie to the people. I don't have time for someone to scam you and me so that he and his family can be rich. If there is no currency, just declare it. We don't have a currency. When we are going to have people who are sensible and who are ethical to lead Zimbabwe, that's when we will talk about a new currency. We can't talk of a currency when we talk about when we are being led by crooks. They have been stealing since 1980, and up to now, they are not even satisfied. What kind of a thing are you telling me? It's rather better totaura zvedu dzimwe nyaya kana kuti totaura zvokuumba mombe, right? Todzigwisanisa dzemavhu dziya dziya todzirwisanisa, tapedza kudzirwisanisa dzonanikira dzopuduka nyanga, dzapedza kupuduka nyanga tonoumba dzimwe, no problem. But as long as we have got our parents whom we respect dearly, let's not allow them to be scammed by ZANU-PF, by this criminal regime of Emerson Mnangagwa for the sake that we want ZiG to work. No. Let me end there. Thank you.
Ngoma champion takukunzwa anodiwa muri kundinzwa
Host muri kundinzwa here? Host muri kundinzwa here?
Anodiwa, I think he have an issue. I don't know if everyone else can hear him, but you have an issue with your device. If possible, I wrote you a message in your inbox. You can check it and maybe fix your device, then come back and say something. Over to you, Mrozi Munumtap.
Thank you very much, Change Radio. First and foremost, I just want to also support the sentiment from Sekuru wangu Mkanya, Chief Soshe, and Dr. Simbiso there, supporting our Change Radio. I think it's something that we seriously need to consider, because this is the hope that we have. I listen to many of these radio stations in Zimbabwe, Diamond FM, Star FM, and so. They all, when they have their news time, they are always doing a lot of ZANU-PF stuff, and they never do anything to do with any kind of opposition. So we know very well we are completely blocked, and the Change Radio is giving Zimbabweans news, and we need to hear what is happening on the ground, and the people are applauding that very much. And secondly, I just wanted to note with very much appreciation what my brother Champion was very passionately talking about there. I would say he is rude to me to tell me that I am not doing much, but I just wanted to appreciate that as Zimbabweans, we are now applauding what exactly is going on in South Africa, because South Africans are standing up for what they want to see happening in their country. Many Zimbabweans are talking about Mkondo Wesizwe, and this is the Zulu people mainly, and what they stand for in terms of no nonsense. And right now, some of the speakers have been talking a lot about what Zuma and his party are actually raising, that stop announcing the elections. And we have seen some of the videos of their people in KwaZulu-Natal telling them what we want, what is going to happen. But from our guest speakers today, as we were questioning them what they think they can also share with us, I think we are all in agreement that
we must take the position to help ourselves, because SADC, AU, European Union, the Carter Foundation, all of them, they've clearly said the elections in Zimbabwe were a farce. It was a shame to even call them elections, and we all know that. But why we are so happy about the fall of ANC, it's because of what the leaders like Cyril Ramaphosa has been supporting Mnangagwa, going to Harare for the inauguration, that the Zimbabwean people said no, because we are too nice not to stand up for our own. And now August is coming, and now we have a position that I want to support the Chief Shoshe. We must help each other. I do understand that we are a people who don't want to be involved in politics, but it is upon us, it is upon ourselves to organize ourselves so that we can shape the country that we need. We know we have a giant that is just, parked somewhere along the highway, and we must get this giant to get back on the highway and start moving, so that all of us, whether we are in the diaspora, when the giant is moving on the highway, we can be relieved of so much that we are doing from the diaspora to help our people on the ground. Why this the president of that country is seen taking money out of his pocket and giving people who are dancing this kutamba kunonyadzisa and all that kind of stuff. So this, I just wanted to appreciate what Champion is saying, that some things are just nonsense and they don't mean a thing. And it is very unfortunate in most cases that Zimbabwean people who are in the opposition, they are silenced by the regime, the Warakash, the people who have no heart for their own country, who don't have the heart for their own people. And they propel just a bunch of people who are seen to be stealing from the country. And those people are not questioning anything. Most of the very hard questions, demands for leadership to tell them where they are taking the country, is given to the opposition that is not having any kind of power. I just wanted to thank Champion for being very honest, being very blunt. And let me be blunt for just a second here. 2017 November, there was a coup in Zimbabwe. And we are all aware. And the people prefer not to even talk about that. We don't even need to talk about the elections in South Africa. Let's talk about the coup in 2017. From there, let's talk about the stealing of the votes in 2018. From there, let's talk about the stealing of the votes that the international community bashed as a farce in Zimbabwe. Once we talk about these things and forget about everything else, we do too much of analysis. In 1966, if we, maybe even we might Google that, we can get that. Mr. Matambanazo, a standard 4 chap, started a business of transport, Matambanazo Bus Services. He was a bus conductor. He became a bus driver. I remember long time ago, I think in the late 80s or 90s, when I was talking to some of my nephews who went to the to be the freedom fighters, we talked about such people. there was some kind of platform in Zimbabwe that brilliant people like Matamba Nadzo, a standard 4 chap, with his brilliance, he started a business of a bus company that flourished in the whole of Zimbabwe. And this is where we are when we talk about the GA. And most of us as so-called black people, we hope our black parties can come together and give a meaningful South Africa to these black South Africans. But we are also shivering if GA can come in and join with ANC and change the landscape of the economy in South Africa and do well as it is doing in Western Cape. And that will expose our failure as a people. The failure of South Africa has already been seen in Zimbabwe. It is one and the same thing. So as Zimbabweans, let's stand up. Let's organize ourselves. We are very aware of all the mistakes that ZANU-PF has done. And the leader of ZANU-PF today is the leader who has been there, who was the right-hand man of Mugabe. He was discarded by Mugabe because he said he has done a coup against me and I'm not happy with it. And he died not happy with what happened. No miracles that we are going to see. Let's do that kind of analysis. Then when we get Zimbabwe back, we are going to get our good doctors, Dr. Ranga, who put them in their rightful places, and Zimbabwe will flourish. We have many of them, but we need Zimbabweans to fight now, get things right. ZANU-PF is just good at bashing all those people who wanted the change. That is good even for those ZANU-PF people. We saw Wanamaponga. They were living in South Africa well. They had problems there. They came back, they tried to change a little bit. You know, we are running in circles. ZANU-PF is even destroying itself. What more of us who don't like it? I will end here. Thank you.
Anyway, can I just answer something here, if that's all right, Mr. Champion? I don't want anyone to think I'm against the fighting spirit, the revolutionary ability for us to change the current regime. There is a difference between having to feed my parents, to eat, to give them quality health care, to fight for those things as well. Those things are necessary. Those are human rights needs. Is it a real need for somebody to have health care coverage? You know, that's something we can fight for here in America, to say that everyone must have health care insurance. Is it something that I should take for granted in Zimbabwe, that it should not be provided for, when there's tons and tons of diamonds and gold living through South African border? I know there is enough wealth in the ground to give $2,000 a month for each person. People don't see the reality of it, but they don't demand it because they haven't found a way how it can be done. We know how it can be done, how we can collateralize those assets in the ground. How do you think Saudi Arabia and Kuwait is giving every member of their society a stipend every month just from oil reserves? Yet we have way much wealth in the ground. When we project the amount of gold we have, which is 36 million tons of expected gold reserves in the ground, and we can just say, let's extrapolate 10,000 tons. That gives us $8 trillion, which can be collateralized for 100 years. None of us will be here for 100 years. But I can guarantee you, there'll be people living in Zimbabwe 100 years, another 1,000 years, there'll be people talking about those minerals. So how can we then build our country using the expected value 100 years from now? Because I know my house that I live in will be worth more next year and even 20 years from now. What about a country with minerals? So I'm saying, let's use our minds. We have the fighting spirit. When you fight, you are angry, your rationality is lost. But when you say, I want to feed people, that is my goal, I want to make sure Zimbabwe has good transportation system, good roads, regardless of the fact that we have a corrupt system of these strong rural background individuals who now lead. They've never been in a toilet system before. They've never even had electricity. And suddenly they're living in an office, running, trying to give you water in Harare. You expect, how you expect anything from that? So how do you create a parallel economy within an economy so that people can survive, so that people can eat, regardless of the fact? How can we make millionaires right now in this situation that we're in, with the technology that is available? What is there that we can offer each other? We got Starlink coming in, even though we don't like who brings it, but it brings opportunities to make money and create wealth. There are things that we can do around it to actually, that it could be the Achilles heel for ZANU-PF, this Starlink, even vendors and shepherds and Vafudzi Vemombe, they will have ability to make money, to sell, to communicate, to trade. That's power. You know, if you were to show Chaminuka a cell phone, they'll be shocked about the power that we're underestimating. If they had the same tools we have today, so we need to be smart. We have enough technology. That's all I'm saying. I'm saying, yes, we can fight for change, but we're going to have to be full in our stomach. We're going to have to do something to have it so that we are not corrupted. You can be bought. You know, Mr. Maurice resigned. He's gone. My condolences. But we had corrupt systems, corrupt people within our fray. That's why President Chamisa left. Infiltrated political system, corrupt. I'm out. He didn't tell us who, but we are guessing every day who. So yeah, South Africa has moved forward. South Africa is doing well. They have shown us what can be done, but yet we don't have a single system in Zimbabwe that's working with no political opposition right now. Nothing. Everything that's there is nothing. Until we launch something if we want. But I mean, when we speak like that, somebody will say, no, don't. We just gotta wait. Let's wait then. You know, so thank you. I wanted to just rebut a little bit the two people who had counter-interacted in a way that I feel like, yes, we have to have money. We have to make the ZiG work. It's our currency. I see how we gotta demand how we want it to be done, how we want it to be seen. It's not their own opinion. We have to put that across. We have to demand it. I mean, you know, at least that's something better to demonstrate for that. We can start with that angle. We can start to demonstrate on things that are specific, you know, things that will change the structure of the currency. That is an angle. Next time we demonstrate for something else, because there's no got demonstrated for change. President Avadi or even anyone else opposition, they will refuse. Saka, what method do you have? You don't have anything left for you to change this government except to economically empower yourselves first. That is why you need a stronger currency. You know, tofanira kushanda ZiG kana isinga chichida totoibatsira ishande is the best way forward for me. As far as I see it, every country needs its own currency so that their people can have an ability to change. Vanhu vari kumaruzeva, vanhu vese vari kuita mavenda activities, they need an ability to share their power, to transact. They can't get hold of a commodity like United States dollar. It's expensive. It's just as good as buying goods. You can't get it anywhere just as easy as that because you didn't print it. And it's coming each to a 20% surcharge already. Because when it leaves America, it's already at a 7% interest rate. You can't afford American dollar. And the West, Zimbabwe should be fighting to stop it completely working in Zimbabwe. But, you know, you all want to stay in that mess. And that is why you're not trying to solve these problems. We gotta have to start solving problems and demanding these problems are solved. If they can be championed even externally with everybody supporting the cause. Because these are the things that will save us. It seems like every day. It has to work there. Anyway, thanks. My final rebut.
Thank you, Divine Mapa. Champion, please. Champion,
All
please,
right.
please. We have a
Yeah, I just wanted to say to him, I have nothing for you, my brother. As long as you want to sacrifice your parents for the betterment of yourself, you can do that. no problem. I will not rebut you. I don't have time for that because I think there are other
Champion,
issues. Yes,
Champion, thank you so much. Yeah, thank you so much. I'll give you time. Let's hear what Signor says before we go to Mrojmada. Then we'll come back to Champion. Over to you, Signor.
Change radio makadiko baba. This is a recorded space, eh?
Yeah.
Allow me to say, with your protection, I want to say my views. Oh, by the way, I would have chosen to work with the system, but I'll be lying that I refused. But thank God I did not work with the system. The problem, I know one day people will agree with me. It's not ZANU PF. ZANU PF and the man called Baba Tongai, head of state and government, Ramnangagwa, they are answerable. There's a vast difference in what I've said. Now, my point is we are failing to hit the target. We are failing to identify the problem. And the more, we get addicted in politics, which does not exist in Zimbabwe, the more the cabal celebrates. There's a cartel system, a group of individuals who are so complicated, but they can be defeated, by the way. Complicated, sophisticated, it's a well-orchestrated crime syndicate. What do I mean by that? They are not stupid. They are technocrats. I know, there are people who can go for wars. I want to say something. There are people who can. Okay, go ahead.
You are taking the topic into a very complicated issue here. If you can just come back a bit to talk about the ZiG, then maybe we jump into South Africa in the election. Then thank you.
Okay, I'll do you justice. Why I'm talking about that, I will contradict myself and talk about ZiG, which is the symptom, and talk about the South African results, which is the symptom. But my earlier statement, then it should ring a bell what I'm talking about. The ZiG is not going to work. It failed the day one when our governor announced, and I'm not saying anything that is not traceable here, that the idea of the ZiG is not a Zimbabwean idea. It is a World Bank idea. So that in itself is very problematic. It goes, together with some of the points that are being highlighted here, like the 2017 coup. Things happen. People don't question. It's not conspiracy. It's not anything other than straight talk from the governor's office saying, if this thing fails, do not blame me. I don't think we need any interpreter to say that this is general acceptance by the governor on behalf of the government that we have failed to run the economy. So the ZiG will not work. I am 100% Zimbabwean. I love my country to born. I'm not an enemy of the state. And I'm not bringing down the efforts. I'm being realistic. I've seen it. We've gone through my followers license, which most of you guys may not have a clue about. We are made to pay between 50,000 US dollars and 200,000 US dollars as a business person in Zimbabwe to be allowed to trade in foreign currency. Dololo. Fast forward, the gold coin, I'm still on the ZiG. Trials and error. Toshikepi, takanangepi. Gold coin, arambo last takana 1 month. We've since forgotten. I feel stupid, but I can't afford also not to be a Zimbabwean because I'm also part of what I'm attacking. Accepting something when there's something pending which speaks to a gold Bitcoin. It's not going to work. The methodology, everything, it looks perfect. But the implementation, it will not work. What makes an economy functional? So that you can be able to balance your payments, your export, your import receipts. You have to export as much as possible. And by the way, it's not just goods and services. You can export services if you are not productive in terms of products. You can be productive in terms of services. I bet you, I'm not an economist, whether we like it or not, for you to be able to service your debt, because we're importing almost everything. It means to balance the equation, you must export and get foreign currency. It's not about changing the color of the Nile. It's not about turning the knot upside down. It's a fact. So what it means, these guys, they're playing us. They're keeping us busy on things that do not work. I would have loved ZiG to work. But I'm being honest, I don't want history to judge me. And I think my space ZiG, Shanda, and they know what I'm saying is true. There's no way you can make the economy strong through changing the color. No, it does not work. It will not work, and it shall not work. They're just keeping us busy. Again, it's painful when somebody asks you about the gold mafia. Is it real or it's fiction? Again, the question comes, what are we doing about it? And let me tell you something, guys. If we can't do nothing, than fidgeting, legitimizing what is wrong. But I can tell you there's only one option to fight and stop this. And one can say, okay, what options do you have, Senor? If there's anything that can work to change situation in Zimbabwe, is to reject the whole constitution. Any legal expert can talk to me and I can be challenged. I've done my research. It has never been done world over, but it can be done. Because the constitution allows the cabal, a small group of people, to do everything that we are saying. It's got loopholes, it's malleable, it does not work, it simply protects the elite. It's an elite group. You don't necessarily need to be part of ZANU-PF, by the way. We're not agreeing to join ZANU just to deceive. Now, the South African economy is entirely dependent on the Zimbabwean economy. Two, apart from us giving them business, it's a gateway, it's not a secret. DRC, Malawi, Zambia, and partly Mozambique, they use the border. I think it's the busiest border in the region, if I'm not mistaken. They are benefiting from us. Their economy is going down. They still have a long way to get their economy working. So to me, the recent elections, very interesting times. They are scared to destroy their own democracy. I've made it very clear, though it's painful to South Africans, and I've told them why I'm saying that. Welcome to Zimbabwe. What it means, the situation is getting worse. Welcome to Zimbabwe, as in they never saw this complication coming. There's nothing exciting about a coalition government. It means going back to the ground, back to the drawing board. Because if they're not agreeing, and the provincial offices, they can't run, they're fighting, physical fights. Your guess is just as good as mine to say, okay,
Mkurundian, who is going to be the president? That means I could be wrong, but I'm justifying why I'm saying they are far from mending or rebuilding the economy. So we can't really be entirely dependent on South Africa to solve our problems. A parallel approach that speaks to massive demonstrations, and I'll explain. And also efforts to try and do what has never been done world over, to repeal, to throw away that constitution. As long as we haven't, avamire vakamutaura vamunanga vakati muchingobukura tichingotonga, iko zvinonzi beyond kutonga, vachingobuild the empire one after the other, and before you know it, you are forced to pay a levy which speaks to Munumutapa Fund. And then before you even know it again, it's proclaimed, it's clear the land does not belong to Zimbabwe, it belongs to me, the president. As now Sianana roads, today we have learned that we can't even go. You can't even go to Matopo there and claim you're Zimbabwean. You can do Unosungwan Mapurisa. Are we allowing that to say 20 years down the line, Mnangagwa is dead? It's another problem that we have to go legal to repeal that, to change that. And I know what I'm talking about. We have to go legal to change whatever roads is seated. But we are in denial. I hope most you understand where I'm coming from. I've done justice to your question, but when I tell you now, no, it's good to talk about ZiG. It's good to talk about and exciting to talk about the South African elections. As Tichaita say, what are we going to do? I ask me that these guys. When we saw my Mnangagwa, nimwana wao chazinditonga here, kwashinda kuBelarus kunosena. I always say, don't underestimate someone. Sideways. Don't always think that someone is drunk. We laughed at my Mnangagwa, the first lady. Protocol. She knew what she was doing. She was signing deals for her children, for generations to come. The list is long of things that they are doing. They're not threatening. They are doing. So there are certain things that could be wrong, as I learned, that we can, but we hear people say, Shibude, Amakots are captured. Let be seen doing something. And over and above, it's a question that I've always said. Kana zvaramba totsvaga zvinhu. Tinofanira ku White House, tonoridza ngoma, tonozhamba, tonovata kana tiri serious. If we can't fight a revolution in safe spaces, anybody who is outside Zimbabwe, let's not talk about fighting, let's not talk about demonstrating in Zimbabwe. Hit the dog and you know the owner. Downing Street, the same thing. To say if you're really serious and sympathetic with the sons and daughters of Zimbabwe, it's not about housing them, giving them food and shelter as refugees. No. We are questioning your relationships with our government, which has a history that we cannot even narrate because it's all in the open. Where were you when we needed you most? These are the questions that our children are going to ask America and Britain. I'm a good listener. I hear people saying, look, we can't fight everybody. Let me tell you something, guys. A real fight, you fight tooth and nail. And by the way, it's not a favor that America is accommodating you, Zambia is accommodating you, Britain is accommodating you. As long as they are signatories to the United Nations, they are compelled. It's their responsibility. But if we still fear in ourselves that we will be deported, then that means let's maintain that and forget about fighting this system. Because these people are whining and dining at night. During the day, they masquerade as leaders. Politically, they promise us this and that. It's an open secret. Whether you talk of sanctions, which were never there, it was Kungo Chete. But now America, because it's seeing its number last on the looting spree. China is there, Germany is there, Britain has never left. Right? Have you ever seen any country world over that has got superpowers other than Zimbabwe? I'm saying what I'm saying and justifying whether one call it assumptions or what. It cannot be altered. It's a fact that these guys are on a looting spree. It's a shame that we are still in denial, thinking that these guys are working hard introducing the ZiG, and we're not counting how many of these policies have you put in place and how many have worked. I don't have much to say, but my plea wamnangagwa deno man wautsitsi
So,
nokurwadziwa kwevana. Yeah,
can I ask you a question,
yeah,
my friend?
let me finish this just 10 seconds. Vamnangagwa kana muchinzwawo tsitsi nekurwadziwa kwevana vezimbabwe, and if you want to die peacefully, because you're going to die, I'm going to die, make a difference. Don't just pretend, no, resign. I know what I'm talking about because there is a system within the system. Even Mnangagwa is under pressure. But you can always return that Chinche community. You go back to others and say, guys, if there are conditions that are causing you to sell the heritage of Zimbabwe, well and good. Be a man, stand up and say, I'm resigning. You can go ahead and ask me a question, my brother.
So you realize the fact that you have not proffered a solution. Yes, I like everything you say.
I proffer the solution, and I'm asking you a question. Is it difficult to demonstrate White House? Is it difficult to demonstrate not Downing Street as examples? Those are solutions, and answer me in the same line. Thank you.
All right, okay, I'll give you that. But still, how do you propose that can be done? Obviously, it's difficult in Zimbabwe. I can answer you that it's difficult to demonstrate in Zimbabwe. The opposition leaders that do not want to do any demonstration in Zimbabwe, if you ask them to do that, they will not talk to you, they will block you, they will not even entertain you. They will never demonstrate in Zimbabwe against this regime, no matter what you do. So what is your other way? Are you going to pick a gun? Because that's not going to work. You got nowhere to launch it. So you can't go to war. That's just an old school system right now. It's not working for us, right? So you're not going to do that. So what is your solution? Because what you just proffered is not going to work. It's in Zimbabwe, they're not going to let it happen. The opposition won't let it happen. I would not say it's the ruling party because I've seen that they don't want to do it because the ruling party will never say yes. I don't care what they say. I want to demonstrate, and I want an opposition to lead it and tell me, let's go. I don't care whether they're going to shoot two tomorrow. I'm okay with it. I'll be in the front. So what is your solution? That's what I'm asking because
Okay.
the opposition is not going to offer you that.
Listen to
You
this.
know that.
Listen to this, my little brothers, boy. You know me a little bit. I'm a military mind. So in the military, they talk of reconnaissance, strategy, and then you launch. You cannot proffer solutions if you cannot recognize the problem. The rest, I'm going to leave it with the host. Is what you've just said. You have deliberately, or maybe you didn't hear, you have left out my proposal, which is my last response to your question, that is it difficult to hit the dog, which is Washington and Downing Street as an example? But because maybe you didn't hear me, I'll ask the host if you heard me on the proposals that I put across. I don't think you heard me, or you are deliberately deciding not to point out to that. Host, thank you.
Right.
The gentlemen, we have to close and take a rest. So let me give Muroji 2 minutes to give his closing remarks. Then we'll come back to Mafa, give your closing remarks. Then we'll go to Signor. close this because we've been here for more than 3 hours, guys.
Thank you very much,
For
champion.
thanks.
Thank you very much. Signor, mzukuru wevarozvi, Sando ndichakutsvagai ndichakupai dzese, hapana yandinosiya. I'll give you everything. Isu varozvi vacho vana munhu mutapa. I'll do that. Thank you very much for your submission. Very convincing, very honest, very genuine. And I'm sure everybody who's here heard it, even Van Vezanu, heard everything and very clear. My brother Mafa, Divine, how are you? A long time. We haven't talked on the sides, but I'm not gonna rebut anything, as my brother Champion also said. But I just wanted to say, in conclusion, it is very clear kuchembere neharawa dziri kumusha nevakomana vanofudza mombe vari kumusha kuti purezidendi venyika vari kufamba vachigovera vanhu maamerican dollars anobva mupoketi mavo. Never in any country that is doing good under the sun you ever see anything like that. The president is believed not to have even a penny in their pocket, and they can't do anything like that sort. And they are using the money that they are rejecting, and they are saying imari dzeva pambe pumbi. The South African elections are coming very handy, and I'm sure we also heard Chief Soshe mentioning what Signor was supporting in terms of demanding our rights as citizens, because we are oppressed. We can send money in Zimbabwe, we can do anything, but the platform is not conducive for us citizens of Zimbabwe who love Zimbabwe do anything. Zvakafanana nekuisa mari muhomwe yakaboka. Ene ndiri kutaura nevanhu vakapfuura grade 7 vakadzidza vanhu ivavo. They understand. They are more learned than what we can think, and they can do much better than that. The South African elections.
Are you there?
The South African elections are giving us a clear path. That I heard Chief Soshe talking in Mavaza from UK. And the Mavaza is rejecting kuti zvinhu zvese zviri right kuZimbabwe. He's saying kuti zvinhu zvese zviri right kuZimbabwe. When we know very well that even the sons of the people in ZANU-PF, Mchangwa, is under arrest because of selling the American dollar. When they are the very people who are telling everybody, the poor people of Zimbabwe, not to use the American dollar. And they are giving money at rallies, the American dollar. And we hear some of our people in the diaspora who ran away from home, where poverty, yakapunya chisero, kuti zvinhu zvese zviri right. Ladies and gentlemen, let us be fair. Let us be honest with ourselves. Let us also show our level of education that we have been given by the late dictator Robert Mugabe for just a minute. Thank you very much, and champion.
Thank you, Mroshi. We go to Senior. We are closing, guys, so you just give your closing remarks. And yeah, so we go to, we said Mafa, then Senior. Senior, then Mafa. Mafa, then Senior. Over to you, Mafa.
Thank you, everyone. Just, I know I came in the middle, but I founded Zimbabwe Economic Movement in 2017, just before the coup happened. Zimbabwe Economic Movement is older than EFF Party. It was formed way before the economic fires in South Africa were founded. Was push of economic movement in Zimbabwe. to empower people so they can be well outside the realm of politics. Feel because everybody is always sending money, try to start projects. Whether you are in opposition, you try to do something to feed your family. But how do we improve the amount of money people can make so they can eat better? They can at least reach better ability to send, to also even go to India and get medical care. Why not? Because there is no hospital in Zimbabwe that works. If you have kidney problems, you need to fly. We need people to have access to have passports, to be able to be empowered, to be mobile, so they are not landlocked in Zimbabwe. So our goal was very vital in terms of looking at community and Zimbabwe, its core as a developmental project to help each other to make money to succeed. So now we have also been part of properly the idea of ZiG, but in a way where we collateralize the assets in the ground. And that means we can measure it. We can actually show it to the public, and everything is transparent. They are lacking abilities in the currency, and it's a very innovative product which has not been handled with care. And it is us that must demand that it works. By simply saying, well, we don't want it, it's there. It's there. You are not at the table. How do you negotiate from this place? And I know, I'm sorry, it's terrible when Chivayo comes out and says, well, you were not there to ask for a deal. I know it's terrible, but it's access. So the table is a place where even Russian president meets Putin. Putin meets the Ukrainian president, and they speak on the terms on how they can kill each other better, or at least something along those lines. So the idea is for us to continue to engage the government, whichever way, letters, demonstrations, or representatives to air the ideas that make ZiG become better, because it's needed regardless of what. We have to have a currency, no matter what, no matter whether we say somebody will have to put a currency that will have to work. Even China has a currency, but yet it's a despotic government. So is Russia, yet it's a despotic government. The horrible governments in the world, they have currencies that work. So the first thing is we need a currency. So how do we make it work? That's the first thing we can at least pressure the government to make sure they deliver. Those are the things that we can rise up and go out and demand to end up my streets a Zimbabwe economic movement. So these are tangible ideas. These are things that even my soldier, it's a problem. They agree with it because of Arutudo Marino Shanda. But uda change. Yes, that's the ultimate goal. But we need to take the pieces of the apple tichiona patokwanisa pa nima angles, just a strategy, like the senior says. Get on a strategy until ZANU-PF achieves 30% of its popular vote, maybe in 2028. So those are strategies. South Africa is showing up a blueprint. Now we're going to have internet. People say, what, the internet? But internet will allow even Mufudwe Mombi Angari Pana Terera spaces to discuss a ZiG for free. Simply because a community yoku area, they bought one satellite cover that whole area. And it's even though with Vanezan, whatnot, but gonna take a lemon and make lemonade out of it and put sugar. So our job is to empower each other, to make sure we become better financially so we can have enough fuel kwenda kurali kwacho. So if you don't have a way, you don't have a way. Now, otherwise, we are the only ones now. Fund Maria Chenzi, my diasporans, they've sent $33 billion every year. And they will charge the Western Union 10% on top of that. That's another $300 million Yango Torwa just for sending money to Mushama US. It's crazy. When we can start innovative ideas where we can find ways to work together as a pool. And we are failing to differentiate between politics and economic empowerment. Those things must be completely separate. And of course, They are affected. Yes, we know. But we must attack them separately so that it works, so that we can be able to take a chip at the political infrastructure, iripo. Otherwise, we have no banks in Zimbabwe, nothing. And the other countries are now even storing Bitcoin. America have to take a Bitcoin to Wall Street. And Zimbabwe is still saying it's a scam, and people are still so blind because they don't have enough internet to understand the economic changes that are happening globally. And so BRICS is there now talking about backing the gold-backed currency. What does it mean? How is it going to implement? How is it going to affect all this in Zimbabwe? We have to think about these economic implications for us, and do we want to just be somebody to just decide BRICS currency? What is China trying to do? How is it going to cause inflation? Because China is now selling inflation to us, something that the United States has been doing all along by selling its inflation throughout the world. We need to be independent and have our own back dollar with in-ground assets. And when people start to move this language across, that we need in-ground assets to back the currency, then we can account for them. We know, because right now, President will say the currency above ground is there somewhere, and he's not going to tell you where they are. And you say, okay, but we don't need to care about above ground assets because there's a lot of fraud in those. Even America couldn't account for them. So we need in-ground assets because my minerals that are my geologists, we can account for that. And we can then bring them on an above balance sheet. These things are there, these technologies there. And we must demand that it is implemented. We must make sure that if we sit back and say, well, ZANU-PF will just go in the field and eat and do it the way they think. I mean, it doesn't matter if we give them good ideas that help our better Zimbabweans so that they can be better. Otherwise, they will make worse decisions because we are not even trying to participate in things that we might be able to participate in, things that affect us directly. They have to know, how are we affected with this currency issue? Then what solutions do we have? We have to suggest these ideas regardless. I know it's hard, but because we are in sectarian politics. I've been living in America for 30 years. So I must emphasize how important that my wisdom must be accounted for here, because it's that important that dialogue is the most important thing that must be able to address these difficulties that we have. Otherwise, we are parroting from the outside. You're not sitting at the table. We've got to find a way to sit at the table. Even from this group, since there is no viable political formation now, maybe you all need to join Zimbabwe Economic Movement, Zam Nations Act, on Twitter X. Thank you, guys.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. The space was, yeah. Thank you so much, Mafa, for your submissions. I think we'll ask you to be one of our panelists in the next spaces. I see that you have a lot of context, but you need also to consider the political environment in Zimbabwe, how it is, how everything is working. Like you talk of corruption, and you still want the currency to work. The example you gave, especially China, look at their policies on corruption. You understand that there's nothing that will come from Zimbabwe that works the way it can work in an environment that is similar to that of China, right? Signor, you are back. We have to close. Oh, Signor is dropped again. So guys, we have to close. Mambo, so do you have
Okay,
anything to
so
say as we close?
my final remarks is, and divine iko zvinonyatsobvura nzeve unyatsonzwa nemaziso. Those who have watched the interview yadhara, the all veteran comrade Bombshell Keza, it is critically important and urgent to hold spaces, in my view, with everybody that you think sympathizes. Pane mic yakavhurwa. Someone's mic is open. The mic is open. Your mic is open. Change. Host, your mic is open.
Okay.
Or is divine? Okay. I think those who watched that Dara Comrade Bombshell, where he talks about how they planned the coup, it will help us to bring in people like Wanalav Moyo, one of the strongest opposition leaders, very close to Trangrai's Heart, chairman of MDC, and ask them what really transpired. Chi chakaita kuti vadududze. It will save me the energy and others who have not spoken on these spaces. Then you hear from the horse mouth kuti zvinhu zvakabhendera papi. I hope Divine and everyone here, you are listening. It simply means this idea or this thinking of trying the same thing over and over again and thinking that it will make a difference. It's a sign of being bewitched. Takaroewa neakafa. It's that simple. But denial, it's a sickness. It's either we continue in this denial mode or we understand that there is a problem beyond our control. And those who took part to liberate Zimbabwe, while they are still alive, it's urgent because they are dying one by one. They'll give us a clue. And host, pana anonzi comrade Chaya ari muchando muCanada. I'm sure we'll be able to understand what caused that after fighting. He's fending for his family. Then we have a shared understanding. And those who have met him on this basis, he said very few words to say. Zvamurikuita izvi, muchiflexa muchiita sei, hakuna kwamunosvika. But we are not giving these people a platform. Maybe we'll adopt because there are so many views that are coming. It's because we are having a contestation of views. Vamwe vari kuvhima vakaruma sauti nemhiripiri. Hatichavaoni pamaspace apa. It's a revolution. It's not a one-day one-day event. It's not a one-man event. And it's kuseka, but I'm being realistic. Where are the other guys? Where are the other comrades? It's because we do not understand that a revolution, we don't fight to get into office tomorrow. Don't care to be part of the action. I don't care. You fight to liberate a nation. I would like to use my mic for now. And I'm gonna video ya Dara. It doesn't mean that comrade Gezaya vanoziva zvese, but that generation, I can tell you and assure you, they may not give us the solutions, but they will shed light on exactly what is happening and probably be shocked that some people who are masquerading as comrades havana kurwa hondo yavo. And I want to know my president kuti vakarwa hondo kupi and vanga vari camp ipi vakatrainwa kupi. I did not say he did not. It's my right to know. Many thanks.
Thank you so much. Yeah, guys, we have to plot one day. I promise you, one day we have a 24-hour space. People will come here and say all they have without limitation, without anything. I tell you for today, we have to plot like been 5 hours here. We are now tired to fall asleep. We are Exchange Radio. We are also asking donations to support our correspondents. We are based in Zimbabwe with data and some little logistics. So up there we pin the link. You can click on that link and make a donation. Maybe you can also subscribe to make a donation every month. Thank you so much for coming to
Leo.
this space. My name is Leo. Okay, go ahead, Mama.
All right, thank you, Change Radio. Let me take the opportunity. You never close a space without thanking the people that have made the space a success, the people that have been here for the past 3-4 hours. We want to thank you. We want to appreciate you for just by being here. It doesn't matter you contributed or you were a speaker or you asked a question. Your presence here is greatly appreciated. And the two gentlemen that spoke are the ones that caused me to want to say something as we close. My brother Signoro, what we have said is very true, and I've also said it. If we do not do something, and I think that's also what Professor Mayembe said, that if we do not do something on our own, let's forget about freedom. Freedom doesn't come cheap. Freedom is never voluntarily given by the oppressor. You know, those that are oppressed must demand it. We have to get to a situation so angry, become very angry that we are prepared to die. We are prepared to demand our freedom. And we have to get to that extent. SADC, as the professor said, SADC has done its part. They wrote a very good report that we may never see again. All we need to do now, and I'm speaking this, from a point of knowledge, because I speak to some of those people in SADC. All they are waiting for is for us to do something. Our report was not thrown away. Our report is still there, but it can only be acted upon if the people of Zimbabwe do something that seem to agree or that is closer to agreeing with what SADC wrote. Because what ED is telling people, is telling other SADC leaders when they get to these meetings, is the situation in Zimbabwe is normal, it's peaceful. We have done our elections. Yes, there were problems, but we have moved on. Zimbabweans have accepted the results and they are okay with that. Look at the peace that is prevailing in the country. And that's what SADC wants. That's what other leaders want. They want peace in the region. ED will threaten them, but he will also be telling them something that is